بسم الله الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونؤمن به ونتوكل عليه ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلله فلا هادي له ونشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له ونشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله أما بعد فإن خير الحديث كتاب الله وخير الهدي هدي محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم وشر الأمور محدثاتها وكل محدثة بدعة وكل بدعة ضلالة وكل ضلالة في النار رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي امري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي اللهم انفعنا بما علمتنا وعلمنا ما ينفعنا وزدنا علما اللهم ربنا زدنا علما اللهم ربنا تقبل منا اللهم انصر من نصر دين محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم وجعلنا منهم اللهم اخذل من خذل دين محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم ولا تجعلنا معهم آمين يا رب العالمين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. So we're right down to the last three, inshallah, 3 nights to go, and we hope to make the most of them. Even still, whatever we do cover will offer a very comprehensive summary of whatever we've done over the past 26 nights, and so we hope to be able to review as much of that as possible, and obviously there will be new themes that come up as well. So just as always, couple of requests to maintain as much discipline as is possible, to engage in as little chit-chat, as little gossip. We have designated a gossip and chit-chat area for these last 3 nights. It's called the parking. Anyone who feels like doing it, just, feel free. As much fresh air as you can possibly need, and background of peacocks. That, and of course a reminder that whoever prays with the imam from the beginning to the end will inshallah get the reward of praying the entire night. And let's begin. So we left off, we had one surah left of the 28th juz. This was Surah Tahrim. As we saw the end of Taghabun, Hadith to Taghabun, we see a cluster that the themes that are picked up on in Hadith, alluded to, introduced, they're elaborated one by one, with other dimensions being added to them in the rest of the surahs. Taghabun finishes with a mention of family, particularly relationship with spouses, as to how that's make or break, that there is a potential threat in your families for you, that they can be the enemies, and there's 2 ways that they can be the enemies. One is fairly obvious, that they detract you from fulfilling the responsibilities or even recognizing that you have a certain set of responsibilities. So that's one way. Another way is that the responsibilities you owe to them in particular, you are unable to fulfill those. That which you owe to your families, that you fall short in that sense. And so that too will be an enmity that has to be recognized. And so picking up from there, as far as a husband-wife relationship is concerned, the 2 extremes. One extreme in which they are obstacles for each other. The relationship is not leading to any growth. It is, or far from leading to any growth, it is actually toxic. That one or the other member is actually suffering in some way or the other. It's an abusive relationship, either intentionally, consciously, or whatever. The habits of relationship have become as such that there is toxicity. And so in that situation, an honorable way of going your separate ways is to be, the door has to be left open, and at times even encouraged. That one thing is for sure, I don't know if he spoke about this before or not, that yes, children suffer, because then children are the main issue, if the couple has children, that yes, they will suffer if there is separation and there is parting of ways in terms of divorce. There is no doubt about that. But they suffer more if the couple stays together in an abusive relationship, in a toxic relationship. That is categorical, like evidence-based. There is, the literature is rife with research suggesting the same. That in terms of personality development, in terms of predisposition to illness, children who grow up in households where there is constant conflict are more predisposed to personality disorders, more predisposed to psychiatric problems. Categorical. Yes, those of parents who are separated, divorced as well, but not to the same extent. Not as much. So that door being left open and the way being paved as to how that can be done in an honorable way, that the husband and the wife can retain their sanity, their integrity, their honor, and even their righteousness, that one or the other doesn't have to be labeled as altogether evil, as altogether sinful, as altogether whatever. It just didn't work out. So in an honorable way, ending that particular interaction. So that was delineated in the previous surah. The other end of the spectrum, also in which enmity may manifest itself, is where there is the kind of commitment or the kind of love which is an exclusionary kind of love, which doesn't allow for one person or the other to grow, especially spiritually, that your relationship with Allah has to suffer, that the demands of one or the other partner are such that you're not being allowed to get closer to Allah or fulfill your responsibilities. Now, what we see from the seerah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, obviously the level to which he is and the level to which the Ummahatul Mu'mineen are, it is difficult to conceive of a situation in which they are holding Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam back. But the one incident which comes closest to even the possibility of something like this happening is picked up upon and commented, as we see in this particular surah, Surah At-Tahrim. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Ya ayyuhan nabi, O Prophet, lima tuharrimu ma ahallallahu laka. Why do you forbid that which Allah has made lawful for you? So the Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam used to frequent, he would, between Asr and Maghrib, he would visit every single one of his wives. And it so happened that he would spend a longer period of time in the house of one particular wife, because she would give him a particular type of honey that he liked, and so he would be delayed from the rest. And the others didn't really appreciate this, and so they started, and they were pretty complicit in this, that you have this sort of smell when you have that kind of honey. Obviously, the understanding being that, get here quicker, but it is being indirectly communicated. And the Messenger ﷺ, after these repeated reminders that the smell isn't all that great, he says, fine, I'm never going to have that honey again. Now, anyone else says that, no big deal. Rasulullah ﷺ is a source of sharia. So for him to forbid something upon himself is going to become a precedent. It's going to become a sunnah. And so others, believers, are going to follow suit. We're going to forbid, we're not going to have that kind of honey either. And so Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala steps in. That no, halal, haram, very, very serious, especially in the context of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And if this is being done for the pleasure of your wives, that's them or your relationship encroaching a territory that's not theirs. That is not for them to encroach. Ya ayyuhan nabi lima tuharrimu ma ahallallahu laka. Why do you forbid upon yourself what Allah has made lawful for you? Tabtaghi mardata azwajik, seeking the approval, the pleasure of your wives. And so we see here that the sunnah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam is to seek the pleasure of his wives. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. If anything, that is approved, and that would continue. It's only when it is encroaching that territory of making haram what is halal. And in the case of every one of us, or the rest of us, other than Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, making halal what is haram, or not fulfilling a responsibility. So if that's the territory that your relationship is encroaching, that's a no-go. That's otherwise tabtaghi mardata azwajik. Seek the approval of your spouses. Look to please one another. Wallahu ghafurur rahim. And Allah is extremely forgiving and always merciful. Qad faradallahu lakum tahillata aymanikum. Allah has imposed upon you, O believers, how to absolve your oaths of this kind. That when you have sworn like this, then how do you get out of it? You fast 3 days, or you feed a certain number of people, etc., etc. Wallahu mawlakum. Allah is your guardian. We studied that in Surah Ma'idah. Wa huwa al-alimul hakim. And He is the knowing, the wise. Wa idha sarra nabiyyu la ba'di azwajihi hadithan. And when the Prophet ﷺ confided a statement to one of his wives, فَلَمَّا نَبَأَتْ بِهِ, but when she disclosed that secret to another one of his wives, وَأَظْهَرَهُ اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ, and Allah made this, brought this to his knowledge. So apparently Aisha radiallahu ta'ala anha and Hafsa radiallahu ta'ala anha were involved in this. One told the secret of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam to the other, even though both of them are spouses, but the integrity is such, the relationship and the intimacy of the relationship is such that there has to be absolute safeguarding of each other's privacy, even from another spouse, as in this case, it's being manifested. عَرَّفَ بَعْضَهُ وَأَعْرَضَ عَنْ بَعْضٍ. So when Allah brought it to the knowledge of the Messenger ﷺ, He made a part of it known and the rest He ignored. فَلَمَّا نَبَّأَهَا بِهِ قَالَتْ مَنْ أَنْبَأَكَ هَذَا. Yet when He told her about it, she's like, who told you this? So before the recognition of what was done was wrong, it is wrong because it was found out. So that was the immediate reflex. But prior to that, the sunnah of Rasulullah ﷺ that he knows, but he doesn't rub it in their faces, so to speak. He mentions a part of it, and he holds back another part. The idea is to get the message across. Him being responsible, the head of the household, him being the prophet of Allah, he has to ensure that he sends out the adequate reminder. But a reminder that looks to remind so that the reminder is followed, not one that looks to assert a superiority and put the other person down, so that the reminder is not even going to be followed if that situation takes place. So a part of it communicated, the other ignored. قَالَ نَبَّأَنِيَ الْعَلِيمُ الْخَبِيرُ. The Prophet responded, the all-knowing, all-aware told me about it. إِن تَتُوبَا إِلَى اللَّهِ فَقَدْ صَغَتْ قُلُوبُكُمَا. If you turn in repentance, then your hearts are already inclined. You're already inclined towards doing it, and go ahead and do it. وَإِن تَظَاهَرَ عَلَيْهِ. But if you back each other up against the Prophet, فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ هُوَ مَوْلَاهُ. Then you must remember that for sure Allah is his protecting friend. وَجِبْرِيلُ وَصَالِحُ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ. And Jibreel and righteous ones from the believers. وَالْمَلَائِكَةُ بَعْدَ ذَلِكَ ظَهِيرٌ. And the angels are his supporters thereafter. عَسَى رَبُّهُ إن طلقكن. If the Prophet divorces you, أن يبدله أزواجا خيرا منكن, perhaps his Rabb will give him better than you. مسلمات مؤمنات قانتات تائبات عابدات سائحات. The women who are Muslimat, as in their submission, their belief, their obedience, repentance, worship, fasting, all of these attributes. ثيبات وأبكارا, be they previously married or virgins. And all of this goes to speak of the Ummahatul Mu'mineen, that since the Messenger ﷺ never did divorce any one of them, these are their attributes. These are who they were. All of these are defining them. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu, you who have believed, qu anfusakum wa ahlikum nara, save yourselves and your families from a fire. Waquduha an-nasu wal hijara, whose fuel is men and stones. عليها ملائكة غلاظ شداد. On it are harsh and mighty angels. لا يعصون الله ما أمرهم, who never disobey Allah's commands. That in communicating what you would want in terms of discipline, in terms of teachings, in terms of educating your children, you may slack away. You may not go the necessary length that you have to go. But understand that the angels that they will be handed over to in Jahannam, if that ends up happening, they're not going to have any mercy. They're not going to have any sympathy. They're going to go all out with respect to carrying out the orders of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. There is not going to be any ignoring the orders of Allah for the sake of the love, quote unquote, of the children or the family or the spouses or what have you. How the Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam used to address his family members. He would say to Fatima radiallahu ta'ala anha that, O Fatima, my daughter, save yourself from the fire. I, Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, would not be able to avail you in front of Allah one bit. He would address his aunt, Safiya, and tell her that you save yourself from the fire. I will not be able to avail you one bit in front of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Ya ayyuhalladhina kafaru, you who have believed, la ta'tadhiru al-yawm, make no excuses today, it'll be said on the day of judgment. Innama tujzawna ma kuntum ta'malun, you are only being rewarded for what you had been doing, your amal that you did in the world that you've left behind. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu, you who have believed, tubu ilallahi tawbatan nasuha, turn back to Allah in sincere repentance. Asa rabbukum an yukaffir ankum sayyi'atikum, it may well be that your Rabb removes from you your sins. Wa yudkhilakum jannatin tajri min tahtiha al-anhar, and admits you into gardens beneath which rivers flow. Yawma la yukhzi Allahu an-nabiyya walladhina amanu ma'ah, on the day when Allah will not embarrass the Prophet and those who believed with him. Nuruhum yas'a bayna aydihim وَبِأَيْمَانِهِمْ, their light will run on before them and on their right. يَقُولُونَ رَبَّنَا أَتْمِمْ لَنَا نُورُنَا, and they will say, our Rabb, perfect our light for us, وَاغْفِرْ لَنَا, and forgive us. So everyone is going to have the measure of the light in accordance with the measure of their iman and their amal. So there will be some who can see all the way. Their path is laid out for them right down to their destination in paradise. But then there are going to be others who will barely be able to see an inch in front of their feet. And then, of course, we spoke about a category of Muslims who will be without any light altogether. And we spoke about that in Surah Munafiqun. And so the ones who have a little bit of light are praying to Allah, Ya Allah, give us more light, some light, so we can see, we can perfect our light for us, so we can go all the way. Innaka ala kulli shay'in qadir, you are capable of doing everything. Ya ayyuhan nabi, you who have believed, jahid al-kufara wal munafiqeen, struggle hard against the disbelievers and the hypocrites, waghlub alayhim, and be harsh to them. All we've seen throughout this surah is a mention of family affairs and family life so far, and principles to be taken care of therein. Here, all of a sudden, there comes this ayah about how the kuffar and munafiqeen need to be, you have to be very wary of them, and a struggle needs to be launched against them. The idea being that those people who have rejected Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, knowing all the ayat that they have been confronted with, and choosing a path of disbelief and rejection from within the Muslims or outside, whether the hypocrites or outside of the Muslim community, they are going to struggle in ways that are looking to destroy your family life, that are going to look to sabotage the peace within your homes, that the development of the community is in no way isolated from the development of the family setup, of the household affairs, that it's that important, that the entire narrative that was developed from Hadith onwards, and we've seen it in other Madani surahs as well, that is that of taking care of your social responsibilities and making sure that people are not deprived, the underprivileged are taken care of, empowered, etc., etc. It starts at home. It starts at home. And so those of the kuffar and munafiqeen who have rejected the entire foundation of this tawheedic community, they're going to be completely against any family development as well. That you shouldn't have peaceful households. You shouldn't have fruitful relationships which are mutually nourishing, so that you're reaching the highest potentials and you're facilitating each other. That each member of the relationship, husband and wife, has their own particular contributions, their individual contributions that they have to make, but then they have this mutual space at home in which they ensure each other's, say, replenishment, for them to refresh for the tasks that they have to perform in the society that they have to go to. So one particular analogy for that, given by a psychiatrist, is that of two peaks. Each husband and wife has a peak of their own to climb. That has their spiritual, psychological, physical, whatever goals that they have to achieve. Each one has their own peak. But then their mutual relationship is that base camp. So those who have to climb up their peaks higher and higher, they have to come back to the base camp to replenish. And so the more, the healthier the base camp, the more the coolness of your eyes in your base camp, the further up you can go your peak. The further up you can climb your mountain. So that has to be safeguarded if there's to be any community development to begin with. That the people who have toxicity at home, there's only so much they can offer outside. There's a lot they can offer, but it's going to be all the more difficult. It becomes a challenge, an additional challenge. And the potential is increased by so much more if that environment at home is developed. So ensure that the kuffar and munafiqeen do not encroach that base camp and destroy its peacefulness for you. وَمَأْوَاهُمْ جَهَنَّمْ. Be harsh with them, and their refuge is going to the hellfire. وَبِئْسَ الْمَصِيرُ. And it's a despicable destination. ضَرَبَ اللَّهُ مَثَلًا لِلَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا إِمْرَأَةَ نُوحٍ وَإِمْرَأَةَ لُوطٍ. Allah has given an example for those who do not believe in the wife of Nuh and the wife of Lut. كَانَتَا تَحْتَ عَبْدَيْنِ مِنْ عِبَادِنَا صَالِحِينَ. Both of them were under the care of two of our righteous ibad. فَخَانَتَاهُمَا. But they betrayed them. فَلَمْ يُغْنِيَ عَنْهُمَا مِنَ اللَّهِ شَيْئًا. Thus they could not avail their wives against Allah by even a little. وَقِيلَ ادْخُلَ النَّارَ مَعَ الدَّاخِلِينَ. And it was said, enter into the fire with those who enter. So again, the prophethood of their husbands did not help them. They stood for themselves. Because it is one understanding that goes around that, interestingly enough, women are quick to embrace as well. That your fate is with your husbands. If they're good, you're good. They're bad, you're bad. No. You have to regard your individuality, then that integrity that you have as an individual human being. That independence cannot be compromised in any way, shape, or form just by me saying that my household or my husband is a certain way. No, that doesn't work. Nuh alayhi salam, Lut alayhi salam in their own place, if their wives do not live up to those standards, then Jahannam. No questions asked. وَضَرَبَ اللَّهُ مَثَلًا لِلَّذِينَ أَمْرُوا إِمْرَأَةَ فِرْعَوْنَ. Allah sets an example for those who believe in the wife of Fir'aun. Now, she has the worst husband imaginable. He is as bad as they come. Yet she is as righteous as they come. وَإِذْ قَالَتْ رَبِّ ابْنِ لِي عِنْدَكَ بَيْتًا فِي الْجَنَّةِ. When she said, my Rabb, build a mansion for me close to you in paradise. وَنَجِّنِي مِنْ فِرْعَوْنَ وَعَمَلِي. And save me from Fir'aun and his behavior. Now the situation was such that there was nothing she could do to get away from that household. The toxicity of Fir'aun, she was stuck with it. Good. There's nowhere she can go. Literally. It's impossible. Her husband is the problem. Her husband is also judge, jury, executioner. So what do you do? She made the most of what she had in front of her. In terms of her relationship with Allah, she got one person to influence. And that was Musa alayhi salam. And she influenced the next entire future of humanity through that one individual. It's all she got. And she made the most of it. She could have she would have been, perhaps, if anyone had the right to spend their entire life miserable, complaining that my husband is a, moron, more than a moron. She had that right, but she didn't. She made the most of what she had in front of her, and it changed history. It changed history for all time to come. وَنَجِّنِي مِنَ الْقَوْمِ الظَّالِمِينَ. And deliver me from an oppressive people. وَمَرْيَمَ ابْنَةَ عِمْرَانَ الَّتِي أَحْسَنَتْ فَرْجَهَا. And in Maryam, the daughter of Imran, who guarded her chastity. So it's not just you have to be the opposite of what your husband is. If he's good, you're going to be bad. If he's bad, you're going to be good. No. With respect to Maryam, salamun alayha, obviously she wasn't married as such, but the environment that she got at home of good people. And she was good as well. But all of these three ayat, what do they prove? Individual choices. Individual choices regardless of environment that you get or people affiliate. They may help or they may make it more difficult, but they don't make it impossible. Your final choice rests with you. فَنَفَخْنَا فِيهِ مِن رُوحِنَا. And we breathed a word in her from our ruh. وَصَدَّقَتْ بِكَلِمَاتِ رَبِّهَا وَكُتُبِهِ. And she testified the words of her Rabb and his commands. وَكَانَتْ مِنَ الْقَانِتِينَ. And she was among the obedient. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Tabarak alladhi biyadihi al-mulk. Blessed is the one in whose hand is the sovereignty. وَهُوَ عَلَى كُلِّ شَيْءٍ قَدِيرٍ. And he is powerful over everything. الَّذِي خَلَقَ الْمَوْتَ وَالْحَيَاةَ. The one who created death and life. لِيَبْلُوَكُمْ أَيُّكُمْ أَحْسَنُ عَمَلًا, in order to test you, in order to give you opportunities, which of you is best in deeds. وَهُوَ الْعَزِيزُ الْغَفُورُ, and He is the Almighty, the extremely forgiving. الَّذِي خَلَقَ سَبْعَ سَمَاوَاتٍ طِبَاقًا, the one who created the seven heavens in layers. مَا تَرَى فِي خَلْقِ الرَّحْمَنِ بِالتَّفَاوُتِ, you do not see any inconsistency in the creation of Ar-Rahman, that the manifestation of the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is in the creation of the world that you see around you, the order and the balance in which creation is created. فَارْجِعِ الْبَصَرَ, return your vision. هَلْ تَرَى مِنْ فُطُورٍ, do you see any flaw? ثُمَّ ارْجِعِ الْبَصَرَ كَرَّتَيْنِ, then look again twice. يَنْقَلِبُ إِلَيْكَ الْبَصَرُ خَاسِئًا وَهُوَ حَصِيرٌ, your sight will be returned to you rejected, and it will be tired. It will not be able to find any. Points to its purposefulness, its meaningfulness, that your death and life are supposed to live up to, fulfill that meaning, fulfill that purpose. And those who choose not to fulfill it, who reject the rububiyyah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, then for them is the punishment of the hellfire. وَبِئْسَ الْمَصِيرُ, and it is a wretched final destination. إِذَا أُلْقُوا فِيهَا سَمِعُوا لَهَا شَهِيقًا وَهِيَ تَفُورُ, when they will be thrown into it, they will hear its roaring as it's boiling up. تَكَادُ تَمَيَّزُ مِنَ الْغَيْظِ, it almost bursts out of anger. كُلَّمَا أُلْقِيَ فِيهَا فَوْجٌ, every time a new group is thrown into it, سَأَلَهُمْ خَزَنَتُهَا, the keepers of hell will ask them, أَلَمْ يَأْتِكُمْ نَذِيرٌ, did no warner ever come to you? قَالُوا بَلَى, they said yes, they did. قَدْ جَاءَنَا نَذِيرٌ فَكَذَّبْنَا, they did come to us warners, but we denied them. وَقُلْنَا مَا نَزَلَ اللَّهُ مِنْ شَيْءٍ, and we said that Allah has not sent down anything. إِنْ أَنْتُمْ إِلَّا فِي ضَلَالٍ كَبِيرٍ, in fact you are greatly misled. وَقَالُوا لَوْ كُنَّا نَسْمَعُ أَوْ نَعْقِلُ, and they would say, had we been listening and had we used our intellects. Again, the one sin that the people of Jahannam will recognize. Ayats were in us. We had the faculties to draw the conclusions from the ayats themselves, and we refused to do that. مَا كُنَّا مِنْ أَصْحَابِ السَّعِيرِ, we would not have been the people of the blazing fire. فَاعْتَرَفُوا بِذَنْبِهِمْ, so they will confess their sin in the singular, the one sin of not using their hearing, of not using their intellect. That's how grievous of a sin it is that it lands you in Jahannam. فَسُحْقًا لِأَصْحَابِ السَّعِيرِ, so away with the people of the blazing fire. إِنَّ الَّذِينَ يَخْشَوْنَ رَبَّهُمْ بِالْغَيْبِ, definitely those who fear their Rabb. لَهُمْ مَغْفِرَةٌ وَأَجْرٌ كَبِيرٌ, for them is forgiveness and a tremendous reward. Those who use within this cycle of life and death the time that they have to fulfill their meaning and recognize that our Rabb, who wants us to be better than who we are, and that there is potential in us to be that way, then overawed by his realization, by his cognizance, they make the effort. And for them is a forgiveness and reward. وَأَسِرُّوا قَوْلَكُمْ وَاجْهَرُوا بِهِ, so conceal your speech or make it public. إِنَّهُ عَلِيمٌ بِذَاتِ الصُّدُورِ, He knows even the secrets of the hearts, of whatever goes on inside of you. The whispers of shayateen that you experience, the intuitions that you experience, the instinctual drives within you, all of that. And all of the mechanisms that are going down without you even being aware of them. All of that Allah knows. أَلَا يَعْلَمُ مَنْ خَلَقَ, would He not know the one who created? هُوَ اللَّطِيفُ الْخَبِيرُ, and He is the most subtle, the most aware. هُوَ الَّذِي جَعَلَ لَكُمُ الْأَرْضَ ذَلُولًا, He is the one who made the earth subservient to you. فَامْشُوا فِي مَنَاكِبِهَا, so walk through its tracks. وَكُلُوا مِنْ رِزْقِهِ, and eat of His provisions. وَإِلَيْهِ النُّشُورُ, and towards Him is the resurrection. أَأَمِنْتُمْ مَنْ فِي السَّمَاءِ أَنْ يَخْسِفَ بِكُمُ الْأَرْضِ, do you feel secure that the one in the heavens would not cause the earth to suddenly swallow you up? Do you not recognize your vulnerabilities? Do you not recognize the intricacy of the balance that is keeping everything sound? You take it for granted. فَإِذَا هِيَ تَمُورُ, when it shakes. أَمَمِنْتُمْ مَنْ فِي السَّمَاءِ أَنْ يُرْسِلَ عَلَيْكُمْ حَاصِبًا, do you feel secure that the one is in heaven will not send against you a violent tornado? فَسَتَعْلَمُونَ كَيْفَ نَذِيرٌ, so then you will find out How was my warning? وَلَقَدْ كَذَّبَ الَّذِينَ مِنْ قَبْلِهِمْ, and those before them have already denied. فَكَيْفَ كَانَ نَكِيرٌ, so how was my reproach, my rejection of them, my punishment? أَوَلَمْ يَرَوْا إِلَى الطَّيْرِ فَوْقَهُمْ, have they never seen the birds above them? صَافَّاتٍ وَيَقْبِضْنَ, spreading out and folding their wings. مَا يُمْسِكُهُنَّ إِلَّا الرَّحْمَنُ, nothing holds them up except the most merciful. إِنَّهُ بِكُلِّ شَيْءٍ بَصِيرٌ, without a doubt, He is watching everything. The delicate balance that holds you, the way birds are held up in the sky. And so make something of it. أَمَّنْ هَذَا الَّذِي هُوَ جُنْدٌ لَكُمْ, or who is it who could be an army for you to protect you? يَنْصُرُكُمْ مِنْ دُونِ الرَّحْمَنِ, helping you other than Ar-Rahman or against Ar-Rahman. إِنِ الْكَافِرُونَ إِلَّا فِي غُرُورٍ, the disbelievers are in nothing but deception. أَمَّنْ هَذَا الَّذِي يَرْزُقُكُمْ إِنْ أَمْسَكَ رِزْقًا, or who is it who can provide for you if He withholds His provision? بَلْ لَجُّوا فِي عُتُوٍّ وَنُفُورٍ, yet they persist in insolence and aversion. أَفَمَنْ يَمْشِي مُكِبًّا عَلَى وَجْهِهِ أَهْدَى, so is the one who walks fallen on his face better guided? The one fallen on his face, i.e., he can only see his immediate needs, belly and sexuality. That's all he cares for. That's his life. Eat, sleep, repeat. Is that person more guided than the one أَمَّنْ يَمْشِي سَوِيًّا عَلَى صِرَاطٍ مُسْتَقِيمٍ, than the one who walks straight up on an even path? He can look at his destination in the future. This is with respect to time, that they have somewhere to go in life, that they have something to achieve. They're living at a human level. They're looking to fulfill the meaning, the purpose, day by day, moment by moment, and overall in their entire life. قُلْ هُوَ الَّذِي أَنشَأَكُمْ, tell them He is the one who brought you into being. وَجَعَلَ لَكُمُ السَّمْعَ وَالْأَبْصَارَ وَالْأَفْئِدَةَ, and He made for you hearing, vision, and hearts. قَلِيلًا مَا تَشْكُرُونَ, seldom are you grateful. The faculties at which you can use, see the ayat around you, hear the ayat of the Qur'an, and hear the stories of the people before you from history, and then use your af'idah, your ability, your heart, and your intellects to draw the conclusions, the necessary conclusions of the meaningfulness of your own life, and then walk the path upright, rather than just as an animal looking to gratify yourself and live on a animalistic need-to-need basis. For you to be able to grow out of that and be grateful. قَلِيلًا مَا تَشْكُرُونَ, but how seldom are you grateful? قُلْ هُوَ الَّذِي ذَرَأَكُمْ فِي الْأَرْضِ, tell them, say, He is the one who multiplied you throughout the earth. وَإِلَيْهِ تُحْشَرُونَ, you will all be assembled before Him. وَيَقُولُونَ مَتَى هَذَا الْوَعْدُ إِن كُنْتُمْ صَادِقِينَ, and they tauntingly ask, what is the promise? When is it going to be fulfilled? Tell us if you are true. قُلْ إِنَّمَا الْعِلْمُ عِندَ اللَّهِ, tell them Allah alone has that knowledge. وَإِنَّمَا أَنَا نَذِيرٌ مُبِينٌ, I am just a plain warner. فَلَمَّا رَأَوْهُ زُلْفَةً, but when they will see it approaching, سِيئَتْ وُجُوهُ الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا, the faces of the disbelievers will be distressed. وَقِيلَ هَذَا الَّذِي كُنْتُمْ بِهِ تَدَّعُونَ, and it will be said, this is what you used to call for. قُلْ أَرَأَيْتُمْ إِنْ أَهْلَكَنِيَ اللَّهُ وَمَنْ مَعِي أَوْ رَحِمَنَا, tell them, have you considered that even if Allah destroys me and those with me, this is what you want, right? That we're not up in your faces reminding you about what Allah wants from you, that we're not telling you about the ayat of Allah, we're not asking you to become better than who you already are. You just don't want that to happen, fair enough, and you want us dead, you want us gone. That's how much you hate us. Let's imagine that happens. We're gone. Or He has a mercy on us. فَمَنْ يُجِيرُ الْكَافِرِينَ مِنْ عَذَابٍ أَلِيمٍ, who is going to save the disbelievers from a painful punishment? قُلْ هُوَ الرَّحْمَنُ آمَنَّا بِهِ, say that it is Ar-Rahman, we have believed in Him alone. وَعَلَيْهِ تَوَكَّلْنَا, and upon Him alone have we put our reliance, we rely upon Him. فَسَتَعْلَمُونَ مَنْ هُوَ فِي ضَلَالٍ مُبِينٍ, you will soon find out who is clearly lost. قُلْ أَرَأَيْتُمْ إِنْ أَصْبَحَ مَاؤُكُمْ غَوْرًا, ask them, have you ever considered if all of your water sinks down deep into the earth, فَمَنْ يَأْتِيكُمْ بِمَاءٍ مَعِينٍ, then who is going to bring you that flowing water? Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Noon wal-qalami wa ma yasturun, noon, by the pen and what they write. Not just what the pen has already written, but anything that the pen is going to write, either i.e. the corpus of human knowledge, all kinds of human knowledge that is verified, authenticated, as we've seen in the Qur'an, all of that, Allah calls that to witness. Allah honors that, dignifies it, and calls it to witness. That consider all of that knowledge For what purpose? مَا أَنْتَ بِنِعْمَةِ رَبِّكَ بِمَجْنُونَ. That you, by the grace of your Rabb, are not mad or possessed. That any accusation that anyone hurls against you of being possessed, all the literature and all the evidence, all the signs of being possessed, they don't match up to the seerah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Similarly, if you're going to read this as madness, as insanity or some sort of mental pathology, then all the corpus of human knowledge in that domain also testifies as to how Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam does not fit any of those descriptions either. So Allah testifies to this, but not just himself. He calls the testimony of all those areas, those domains of knowledge. Again, we can go into detail of this, but at some other point, not right now. وَإِنَّ لَكَ لَأَجْرًا غَيْرَ مَمْنُونَ. And for you there is an uninterrupted reward. وَإِنَّكَ لَعَلَى خُلُقٍ عَظِيمٍ. And you are of a great moral character. That the reward in akhirah, obviously. But then what Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was able to achieve in a span of only 23 years, no psychotic individual can do that even for their own individual capacity. Forget being able to do it for humanity for generations to come. Become the most influential individual ever. Mental illness doesn't explain that. That's contrary. That's one of the characteristic defining features of having a psychological pathology. Your functionality is impaired. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam's functionality, it does not just fend for him, it fends for humanity for all times to come. Take that. Let your corpus of knowledge deal with that. All knowledge that you have amassed. وَإِنَّكَ لَعَلَى خُلُقٍ عَظِيمٍ. And you are of great moral character. Second evidence that your knowledge will give you, that as far as behavior, as far as character is concerned, the husn khuluq, the beautiful way that Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam would deal with people, that too, when you are mentally ill or possessed, you are unable to do. You are compromised from being able to do that. Those behavioral disturbances that come up, those are the defining features of these problems. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam has nothing of that sort. فَسَتُبْصِرُ وَيُبْصِرُونَ. So you will see, and they will see. بِأَيِّكُمُ الْمَفْتُونَ. Which of you is suffering from madness, or which of you is bereft of reason? And it is being predicted in this ayah, but we see that in retrospect, that all those people who were very proud of being not as quote-unquote pathological or as insane as the Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the Sahaba, all of those who used to say that, they ended up getting the worst consequences for themselves. Inna rabbaka huwa a'lamu biman dhalla an sabilihi. For sure, your Rabb only knows who's the best, those who have lost their way, wa huwa a'lamu bil muhtadin, and those who are the best guided, the most rightly guided. Fala tuti'il mukaththibin. So don't listen to the deniers. Wadu law tudhinu fayudhinun. They would desire that you soften and make a compromise so that they too will soften. They are saying, fine, you want us to relax towards you, then you need to let a few things go with respect to what you're claiming, because that's what their religion is all about compromise, all about being molded to their desires, and that's how they want Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam to act as well. وَلَا تُطِعْ كُلَّ حَلَّافٍ مَهِينٍ. And do not listen to any worthless, habitual swearer. That's their character, the ones who are rejecting you, that they are habitually lying, they are habitually swearing, and hamazim masha'im banim, scorner, going around with slanderous gossip. That's their lifestyle. Manna'il lil khair, the preventer of good. Mu'tadin athim, transgressing and sinful. وَتُلِّمْ بَعْدَ ذَلِكَ زَنِيمٌ, cruel, greedy, and utterly useless. And كَانَ ذَا مَالٍ وَبَنِينَ, as he possesses wealth and sons. إِذَا تُتْلَى عَلَيْهِ آيَاتُنَا, and when our ayat are recited to him, قَالَ أَسَاطِيرُ الْأَوَّلِينَ, he says, legends of the former people. سَنَسِمُهُ عَلَى الْخُرْطُومِ, we will brand him on his snout. إِنَّا بَلَوْنَاهُمْ كَمَا بَلَوْنَا أَصْحَابَ الْجَنَّةِ, we have tested them the way we tested the people of the garden. إِذْ أَقْسَمُوا, when they swore, لَا يَسْرِمُنَّهَا مُصْبِحِينَ, that we will definitely pluck its fruit in the morning. That these people who are so certain about Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam being a liar, being a sha'ir, being a majnoon, etc., and they're so sure about their own place as being rightly guided, as having the best lifestyle, etc., then let me give an example of another group of people who were very sure. How sure were they that they're gonna get the fruit, that they're farmers and their fruit is all ready to be plucked and they're definitely gonna pluck it the next day? وَلَا يَسْتَثْنُونَ. They made no reservation. That in your predictions or your planning, make this exception, make this reservation, space for Allah, insha'Allah. How this is a depiction of Tawheed, that you don't claim absolute knowledge for yourselves. Because if you have that attitude, then that attitude does not create space for Allah. That then you are projecting yourselves as God in not making that understanding, or not leaving room for that understanding that your knowledge is fallible. And therefore you will be rigid, you will be closed off, you will not give other people space either. وَلَا يَسْتَثْنُونَ فَطَافَ عَلَيْهَا طَائِفٌ مِّن رَبِّكَ وَهُمْ نَائِمُونَ. So a visitation and adhab from your Rabb passed over the garden while they were asleep. فَأَصْبَحَتْ كَالصَّرِيمِ. And it turned into something as if it was already harvested, everything gone. فَتَنَادَوْا مُصْبِحُونَ. So they started calling out to one another early in the morning. أَنِ اغْدُوا عَلَى حَرْثِكُمْ إِن كُنتُمْ صَارِمِينَ. Go early to your crop if you want to pick its fruit. Completely certain. So imagine being raised on the Day of Judgment completely certain. Let's just paradise all the way. فَانْطَلَقُوا وَهُمْ يَتَخَافَتُونَ. And they are whispering out to one another, أَلَّا يَدْخُلَنَّهَا الْيَوْمَ عَلَيْكُمْ مِسْكِينٌ. Let not a single poor person break into your garden upon you today. And so how they regard the riches of the garden is how a dead certain religiosity looks at its own spiritual hegemony. That this is ours and doesn't belong to anyone else. And we're not looking to let anyone in. Paradise is our territory. And we don't allow anyone in there. We're going there and no one else is allowed in there. وَغَدَوْا عَلَى حَرْدٍ قَادِرِينَ. And they went early in the morning in determination, assuming themselves capable. فَلَمَّا رَأَوْهَا قَالُوا إِنَّا لَضَالُّونَ. But when they saw the garden, they cried out, we must have lost our way. This is not what we were expecting. بَلْ نَحْنُ مَحْرُومُونَ. No. Finally the realization sets in. We've been deprived. قَالَ أَوْسَطُهُمْ. The most moderate of them said, أَلَمْ أَقُلْ لَكُمْ لَوْلَا تُسَبِّحُونَ. Did I not say to you, why don't you glorify Allah? قَالُوا سُبْحَانَ رَبِّنَا إِنَّا كُنَّا ظَالِمِينَ. They said, glory to our Rabb. Indeed, we were unjust in making claims that did not befit us, in being so cocksure certain about our place, about our future. فَأَقْبَلَ بَعْضُهُمْ عَلَى بَعْضٍ يَتَلَاوَمُونَ. Then they turned to one another, blaming. قَالُوا يَا وَيْلَنَا إِنَّا كُنَّا طَاغِينَ. They said, damn us, we were definitely rebellious. عَسَى رَبُّنَا أَن يُبْدِلَنَا خَيْرًا مِنْهَا. It may well be that our Rabb will give us better in exchange than this. إِنَّا إِلَىٰ رَبِّنَا رَاغِبُونَ. For sure, our Rabb is the one we turn to with desire. كَذَلِكَ الْعَذَابِ. That is the punishment. That you have these experiences again and again in life, so you understand your vulnerability, you understand your fallibility, and you create room for yourself, others, and you look to grow. So that you don't enter into this state of arrogance and carry that with you to the Day of Judgment, where you finally get to realize when it's finally broken, that arrogance is broken into, and it's too late. That we thought it was Jannah we're getting, but this is Jahannam. Doesn't look anything like Jannah. In dunya, when you go through these experiences, these humbling experiences of your own fallibility and vulnerability, you have a chance to break through that arrogance, become more humble, and start learning, start growing, start rectifying, as these people did. وَلَعَذَابُ الْآخِرَةِ أَكْبَرُ. The adhab, the punishment of the hereafter, is even greater. لَوْ كَانُوا يَعْلَمُونَ. Only if they knew. إِنَّ لِلْمُتَّقِينَ عِنْدَ رَبِّهِمْ جَنَّاتِ النَّعِيمِ. Without a doubt, for the people of taqwa, there are gardens of delight with their Rabb. أَفَنَجْعَلُ الْمُسْلِمِينَ كَالْمُجْرِمِينَ. We will make Muslims like criminals. Because you saying that it doesn't matter and everything is okay, do whatever you want to do, live life the way you want to do, then you're saying that everything is useless, and being Muslim or being mujrim, being a criminal, the one who's not a criminal and the one who's a criminal are the same. Everyone's gonna, death, the great leveler, levels them. مَا لَكُمْ كَيْفَ تَحْكُمُونَ. What's wrong with you? What kind of judgment are you making? أَمْ لَكُمْ كِتَابٌ فِيهِ تَدْرُسُونَ. Do you have a book with you from which you learn these things? What's your source for this lifestyle that you've adopted? Where do you get your evidence from? إِنَّ لَكُمْ فِيهِ لَمَا تَخَيَّرُونَ. That you have in that book, or you have in the hereafter, whatever you like, whatever you desire. أَمْ لَكُمْ أَيْمَانٌ عَلَيْنَا بَالِغَةٌ إِلَى يَوْمِ الْقِيَامَةِ. Or do you have some promise that we have given you, that is binding upon us until the day of resurrection, that you can live the way you want to. إِنَّ لَكُمْ لَمَا تَحْكُمُونَ, that you will get whatever you decide to have. سَلْهُمْ أَيُّهُمْ بِذَلِكَ زَعِيمٌ, ask them, which of them will vouch for this? أَمْ لَهُمْ شُرَكَاء, or do they have associates, shuraka with Allah? That the shirk that they've done, the other gods that they've taken besides Allah, فَلْيَأْتُوا بِشُرَكَائِهِمْ إِنْ كَانُوا صَادِقِينَ, then let them bring their associates, these shuraka, these gods besides Allah, if they really are true. يَوْمَ يُكْشَفُ عَنْ سَاقٍ وَيُدْعَوْنَ إِلَى السُّجُودِ, the day the shin will be uncovered. Some expression of some sign of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, some great ayah of Allah, some very personal ayah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that is going to be depicted on the day of judgment, and they will be invited to ila sujud, to do sajda, فَلَا يَسْتَطِيعُونَ, but they will not be able to do so. You have that chance now, you won't have it then. خَاشِعَةً أَبْصَارُهُمْ, their eyes will be downcast, humbled, تَرْهَقُهُمْ ذِلَّةٌ, and humiliation will envelop them. وَقَدْ كَانُوا يُدْعَوْنَ إِلَى السُّجُودِ وَهُمْ سَالِمُونَ, they used to be invited to do sajda when they were in good health, when they had the freedom to do so. فَذَرْنِي وَمَنْ يُكَذِّبُ بِهَذَا الْحَدِيثِ, so leave me and those who deny this word, this Qur'an. سَنَسْتَدْرِجُهُمْ, step by step we will lead them, مِنْ حَيْثُ لَا يَعْلَمُونَ, from where they don't even know. وَأُمْلِي لَهُمْ, I'm just giving them time. إِنَّ كَيْدِي مَتِينٌ, my plan is strong. أَمْ تَسْأَلُهُمْ أَجْرًا, do you ask them for some payment, Ya Rasulullah? فَهُمْ مِنْ مَغْرَمٍ مُثْقَلُونَ, so they are burdened down by debt. أَمْ عِنْدَهُمُ الْغَيْبِ, or do they have the knowledge of the unseen? فَهُمْ يَكْتُبُونَ, and they are writing it down. فَاصْبِرْ لِحُكْمِ رَبِّكَ, so patiently wait for the judgment of your Rabb. وَلَا تَكُنْ كَصَاحِبِ الْحُوتِ, and don't be like the man of the fish, Yunus alayhi salam, إِذْ نَادَى وَهُوَ مَكْذُومٌ, and he called out, frustrated. لَوْلَا أَن تَدَارَكَهُ نِعْمَةٌ مِّن رَبِّهِ, had it not been for a favor of his Rabb overtaking him, لَنُبِذَ بِالْعَرَاءِ وَهُوَ مَذْمُومٌ, he would have been thrown out on the naked shore, condemned. So early on in Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam's da'wah, the frustration that he has to deal with, the torment that they subject him to, the torture, the mental torture, and Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam has to stay firm, steadfast, forgive, and have that loving attitude towards them. And so he's being reminded of Yunus alayhi salam. Don't let your frustration get the better of you. A prophet before you let his frustration get the better of him, and he had to suffer for it. لَوْلَا أَن تَدَارَكَهُ نِعْمَةٌ مِّن رَبِّهِ لَنُبِذَ بِالْعَرَاءِ وَهُوَ مَذْمُومٌ, had it not been for the favor of his Rabb overtaking him, لَنُبِذَ بِالْعَرَاءِ وَهُوَ مَذْمُومٌ, he would have been thrown out on the naked shore, condemned. فَاجْتَبَاهُ رَبُّهُ فَجَعَلَهُ مِنَ الصَّالِحِينَ, but his Rabb chose him and made him of the righteous. وَإِن يَكَادُ الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا لَيُزْلِقُونَكَ بِأَبْصَارِهِمْ, and these disbelievers would almost trip you up with their eyes. They looked to intimidate Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. They had hired people who would professionally intimidate people by staring them down. And لَمَّا سَمِعُوا الذِّكْرَ, when they hear the admonition, the reminder, وَيَقُولُونَ إِنَّهُ لَمَجْنُونَ, and they say, he, the Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam, is definitely crazy. وَمَا هُوَ إِلَّا ذِكْرٌ لِلْعَالَمِينَ, whereas this is nothing more than a reminder for the people of all times to come, all worlds, all nations. وَآخِرُ دَعْوَانَا الْحَمْدُ لِلَّهِ رَبِّ الْعَالَمِينَ. Just a quick reminder, we will be having after Ramadan, we will start weekly sessions, and we have a particular focus in these weekly sessions. We've been speaking about, since the very beginning, a community building, what is a tawheedic community, and that it is upon us as a responsibility to do something about it. What would that concretely look like? What would that mean practically? So we will have a couple of sessions on that, perhaps 2 or 3 sessions spanning 1 to 2 hours. We will share those details. Whoever of you is interested in participating in that, this will happen in Bahriya town, inshallah. Please do register at the registration desks, and the details of that session will be shared with you. And if anyone is interested in donating for this program, then feel free to do so again at the registration desks. Jazakumullahu khairan. Again, the registration for these sessions is going to be separate from the registrations you've already done. If you want to register for this program, you have to separately go and tell the people at the desk. Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum.
الله أكبر. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها النبي لم تحرم ما أحل الله لك تبتغي مرضات أزواجك والله غفور رحيم. قد فرض الله لكم تحلة أيمانكم والله مولاكم وهو العليم الحكيم. وإذ أسر النبي إلى بعض أزواجه حديثا فلما نبأت به وأظهره الله عليه عرف بعضه وأعرض عن بعض فلما نبأها به قالت من أنبأك هذا قال نبأني العليم الخبير. إن تتوبا إلى الله فقد صغت قلوبكما وإن تظاهرا عليه فإن الله هو مولاه وجبريل وصالح المؤمنين والملائكة بعد ذلك ظهير. عسى ربه إن طلقكن أن يبدله أزواجا خيرا منكن مسلمات مؤمنات قانتات تائبات عابدات سائحات ثيبات وأبكارا. يا أيها الذين آمنوا قوا أنفسكم وأهليكم نارا وقودها الناس والحجارة عليها ملائكة غلاظ شداد لا يعصون الله ما أمرهم ويفعلون ما يؤمرون. يا أيها الذين كفروا لا تعتذروا اليوم إنما تجزون ما كنتم تعملون. يا أيها الذين آمنوا توبوا إلى الله توبة نصوحا. عسى ربكم أن يكفر عنكم سيئاتكم ويدخلكم جنات تجري من تحتها الأنهار يوم لا يخزي الله النبي والذين آمنوا معه نورهم يسعى بين أيديهم وبأيمانهم يقولون ربنا أتمم لنا نورنا واغفر لنا إنك على كل شيء قدير. يا أيها النبي جاهد الكفار والمنافقين واغلظ عليهم ومأواهم جهنم وبئس المصير. ضرب الله مثلا للذين كفروا امرأة نوح وامرأة لوط كانتا تحت عبدين من عبادنا صالحين فخانتاهما فلم يغنيا عنهما من الله شيئا وقيل ادخلا النار مع الداخلين. وضرب الله مثلا للذين آمنوا امرأة فرعون إذ قالت رب ابن لي عندك بيتا في الجنة ونجني من فرعون وعمله ونجني من القوم الظالمين. ومريم ابنة عمران التي أحصنت فرجها فنفخنا فيه من روحنا وصدقت بكلمات ربها وكتبه وكانت من القانتين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. تبارك الذي بيده الملك وهو على كل شيء قدير الذي خلق الموت والحياة ليبلوكم أيكم أحسن عملا وهو العزيز الغفور الذي خلق 7 سماوات طباقا ما ترى في خلق الرحمن من تفاوت فارجع البصر هل ترى من فطور ثم ارجع البصر كرتين ينقلب إليك البصر خاسئا وهو حسير ولقد زينا السماء الدنيا بمصابيح وجعلناها رجوما للشياطين وأعتدنا لهم عذاب السعير وللذين كفروا بربهم عذاب جهنم وبئس المصير. إذا ألقوا فيها سمعوا لها شهيقا وهي تفور تكاد تميز من الغيظ كلما ألقي فيها فوج سألهم خزنتها ألم يأتكم نذير قالوا بلى قد جاءنا نذير فكذبنا وقلنا ما نزل الله من شيء إن أنتم إلا في ضلال كبير. وقالوا لو كنا نسمع أو نعقل ما كنا في أصحاب السعير فاعترفوا بذنبهم فسحقا لأصحاب السعير. إن الذين يخشون ربهم بالغيب لهم مغفرة وأجر كبير. وأسروا قولكم أو اجهروا به إنه عليم بذات الصدور. ألا يعلم من خلق وهو اللطيف الخبير. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. هو الذي جعل لكم الأرض ذلولا فامشوا في مناكبها وكلوا من رزقه وإليه النشور. أأمنتم من في السماء أن يخسف بكم الأرض فإذا هي تمور أم أمنتم من في السماء أن يرسل عليكم حاصبا فستعلمون كيف نذير. ولقد كذب الذين من قبلهم فكيف كان نكير. أولم يروا إلى الطير فوقهم صافات ويقبضن ما يمسكهن إلا الرحمن إنه بكل شيء بصير. أمن هذا الذي هو جند لكم ينصركم من دون الرحمن إن الكافرون إلا في غرور. أمن هذا الذي يرزقكم إن أمسك رزقه بل لجوا في عتو ونفور. أفمن يمشي مكبا على وجهه أهدى أمن يمشي سويا على صراط مستقيم. قل هو الذي أنشاكم وجعل لكم السمع والأبصار والأفئدة قليلا ما تشكرون. قل هو الذي ذرأكم في الأرض وإليه تحشرون. ويقولون متى هذا الوعد إن كنتم صادقين. قل إنما العلم عند الله وإنما أنا نذير مبين. فلما رأوه زلفة سيئت وجوه الذين كفروا وقيل هذا الذي كنتم به تدعون. قل أرأيتم إن أهلكني الله ومن معي أو رحمنا فمن يجير الكافرين من عذاب أليم. قل هو الرحمن آمنا به وعليه توكلنا فستعلمون من هو في ضلال مبين. قل أرأيتم إن أصبح ماؤكم غورا فمن يأتيكم بماء معين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. نون والقلم وما يسطرون ما أنت بنعمة ربك بمجنون وإن لك لأجرا غير ممنون وإنك لعلى خلق عظيم. فستبصر ويبصرون بأيكم المفتون. إن ربك هو أعلم بمن ضل عن سبيله وهو أعلم بالمهتدين. فلا تطع المكذبين ودوا لو تدهن فيدهنون ولا تطع كل حلاف مهين هماز مشاء بنميم مناع للخير معتد أثيم عتل بعد ذلك زنيم أن كان ذا مال وبنين إذا تتلى عليه آياتنا قال أساطير الأولين سنسمه على الخرطوم إنا بلوناهم كما بلونا أصحاب الجنة إذ أقسموا ليصرمنها مصبحين ولا يستثنون فطاف عليها طائف من ربك وهم نائمون فأصبحت كالصريم فتنادوا مصبحين أن يغدوا على حرثكم إن كنتم صارمين فانطلقوا وهم يتخافتون ألا يدخلنها اليوم عليكم مسكين وغدوا على حرد قادرين فلما رأوها قالوا إنا لضالون بل نحن محرومون قال أوسطهم ألم أقل لكم لولا تسبحون قالوا سبحان ربنا إنا كنا ظالمين فأقبل بعضهم على بعض يتلاومون قالوا يا ويلنا إنا كنا طاغين عسى ربنا أن يبدلنا خيرا منها إنا إلى ربنا راغبون كذلك العذاب ولعذاب الآخرة أكبر لو كانوا يعلمون إن للمتقين عند ربهم جنات النعيم أفنجعل المسلمين كالمجرمين ما لكم كيف تحكمون أم لكم كتاب فيه تدرسون إن لكم فيه لما تخيرون أم لكم أيمان علينا بالغة إلى يوم القيامة إن لكم لما تحكمون سلهم أيهم بذلك زعيم أم لهم شركاء فليأتوا بشركائهم إن كانوا صادقين يوم يكشف عن ساق ويدعون إلى السجود فلا يستطيعون خاشعة أبصارهم ترهقهم ذلة وقد كانوا يدعون إلى السجود وهم سالمون فذرني ومن يكذب بهذا الحديث سنستدرجهم من حيث لا يعلمون وأملي لهم إن كيدي متين أم تسألهم أجرا فهم من مغرم مثقلون أم تسألهم أجرا فهم من مغرم مثقلون أم عندهم الغيب فهم يكتبون فاصبر لحكم ربك ولا تكن كصاحب الحوت إذ نادى وهو مكظوم لولا أن تداركه نعمة من ربه لنبذ بالعراء وهو مذموم فاجتباه ربه فجعله من الصالحين وإن يكاد الذين كفروا ليزلقونك بأبصارهم لما سمعوا الذكر ويقولون إنه لمجنون وما هو إلا ذكر للعالمين. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'een. One thing I forgot to mention, that ever since Surah Tahrim, after Surah Tahrim, starting from Surah Mulk, is a series of Meccan surahs which will continue till the very end. The last two ones are disputed as to whether they're Makki or Madani, but for the most part these are Meccan surahs, and that too from the first few years of the Messenger ﷺ within Mecca. So the rhythm, as we see, is very fast, very powerful. The emphasis is primarily on Akhirah, and a reminder of Akhirah, and this surah will carry that very heavily. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Al-Haqqah, the inevitable reality. Mal-Haqqah, what is the inevitable reality? وَمَا أَدْرَاكَ مَا-Al-Haqqah, and what can make you understand what that inevitable reality is? كَذَّبَتْ ثَمُودُ وَعَادٌ بِالْقَارِعَةِ. You guys want the mic? Thamud and Ad both denied the striking calamity. فَأَمَّا ثَمُودُ فَأُهْلِكُوا بِالطَّاغِيَةِ. So as for Thamud, they were destroyed by the overpowering blast. وَأَمَّا عَادٌ فَأُهْلِكُوا بِرِيحٍ صَرْصَرٍ عَاتِيَةٍ. As for Ad, they were destroyed by a screaming cold violent wind. سَخَّرَهَا عَلَيْهِمْ سَبْعَ لَيَالٍ وَثَمَانِيَةَ أَيَّامٍ حُسُومًا which Allah imposed on them for 7 nights and 8 days in succession. فَتَرَى الْقَوْمَ فِيهَا صَرْعًا. So you would see the people fallen therein, كَأَنَّهُمْ أَعْجَازُ نَخْلٍ خَاوِيَةٍ, as if they were trunks of hollow palm trees. فَهَلْ تَرَى لَهُم مِّن بَاقِيَةٍ. Do you see anything remaining of them? وَجَاءَ فِرْعَوْنُ وَمَنْ قَبْلَهُ وَالْمُؤْتَفِكَاتُ بِالْخَاطِئَةِ. And then there came Fir'aun, those before him, and the dwellers of the overthrown cities, Sodom and Gomorrah, the people to whom Lut was sent to. All of them came with their sins. فَعَصَوْا رَسُولَ رَبِّهِمْ. And so they disobeyed the messenger of their Rabb. So it's not that they had that sin or those sinning habits from before that became a reason for their condemnation or their damnation for that matter. That in its own place, when that led for them to reject the messenger that was sent to them, that they wanted to continue with their sinful habits, فَأَخَذَهُمْ أَخْذَةَ الرَّابِيَةِ. Thus their Rabb seized them with a tight grip. إِنَّا لَمَّا طَغَى الْمَاءُ حَمَلْنَاكُمْ فِي الْجَارِيَةِ. And when the water overflowed, we carried you in the sailing ship. After Nuh, the people of Nuh alayhi salam were destroyed, and Nuh alayhi salam and his followers, of whom we are a progeny, لِنَجْعَلَهَا لَكُمْ تَذْكِرًا, so that we make it a reminder for you. وَتَعِيَهَا أُذُنُ وَاعِيَةً. And the conscious ear would be conscious of it, that all these ayyamullah, these days of Allah, these historical precedents, these serve as ayat. They're not just stories, not fairy tales. They have an impact as to how you lead your lives and how you are wary of the actions that you do. فَإِذَا نُفِخَ فِي الصُّورِ نَفْخَةٌ وَاحِدَةٌ. So when the horn is blown with a single blast, now those were the ayyamullah from the past, but then they're the ayyamullah in the future with respect to akhirah in particular. وَحُمِلَتِ الْأَرْضُ وَالْجِبَالِ. And the earth and the mountains are lifted up. فَدُكَّتَا دَكَّةً وَاحِدَةً. And both are leveled with one blow. فَيَوْمَئِذٍ وَقَعَتِ الْوَاقِعَةِ. That is the day when the inevitable occurrence will occur. وَانشَقَّتِ السَّمَاءِ. And the heaven will split. فَهِيَ يَوْمَئِذٍ وَاهِيَةً. And on that day it is going to be weak and unstable. That for you the most reliable, the most firm, anything of all objects of reality within your experience, it is when you look to the skies. And that will be split. وَالْمَلَكُ عَلَىٰ أَرْجَائِهَا. And the angels will be at its edges. وَيَحْمِلُ عَرْشَ رَبِّكَ فَوْقَهُمْ يَوْمَئِذٍ ثَمَانِيَةً. And they will bear the throne of your Rabb above them. 8 of them. يَوْمَئِذٍ تُعْرَضُونَ. That day you will be brought forth. لَا تَخْفَى مِنْكُمْ خَافِيَةٌ. None of your secrets will remain a secret. So what we saw in Mulk, and alluded to obviously in other surahs as well, that how the dunya has been created for you. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam's hadith, الدُّنْيَا خُلِقَ لَكُمْ وَأَنْتُمْ خُلِقْتُمْ لِلْآخِرَةِ. And you have been created for the hereafter. And so that's coming to pass as on the day of judgment human beings are brought forth, and now no more secrets. فَأَمَّا مَنْ أُوتِيَ كِتَابَهُ بِيَمِينِهِ. So the one whose document, his book, that he wrote of his own life is given in his right hand. فَيَقُولُ هَاؤُمُ اقْرَءُوا كِتَابِيَهْ. He will say, here it is. Read my book. It's published. I'm the author. إِنِّي ظَنَنْتُ أَنِّي مُلَاقٍ حِسَابِيَهْ. Jazakallah khair. I was sure I'm going to have to face my accountability. I carried this recognition and I lived with that recognition, and so the authorship of the book was worth reading. فَهُوَ فِي عِشَّةٍ رَاضِيَةٍ. So he will have a life full of pleasure. فِي جَنَّةٍ عَالِيَةٍ. In an elevated garden. قُطُوفُهَا دَانِيَةٍ. With clusters of fruit within his reach. كُلُوا وَاشْرَبُوا هَنِيئًا. He'll be told, eat and drink to your satisfaction. Like when you are guests of honor and your host continues to insist, please eat more. Why are you eating? Why aren't you eating? Eat more. This is all for you and we made this for you. Allah is your host. And He is encouraging. Have this and have that. And to your satisfaction. بِمَا أَسْلَفْتُمْ فِي الْأَيَّامِ الْخَالِيَةِ. For what you sent ahead in the days gone by. That you lived with this in your vision. And so here it is, as the fruits of your labor, quite literally. وَأَمَّا مَنْ أُوتِيَ كِتَابَهُ بِالشِّمَالِ, as for the one whose book is in his left hand, فَيَقُولُ يَا لَيْتَنِي لَمْ أُوتَ كِتَابِي, he'll be like, damn me, I wish I hadn't been given this book of mine. وَلَمْ أَدْرِ مَا حِسَابِي, I had never known of my account, I had no idea of my accountability, I never took it seriously. يَا لَيْتَهَا كَانَتِ الْقَاضِيَةِ, damn me, I wish that death would have been the end of me. مَا أَغْنَى عَنِّي مَالِيَهْ, my wealth brought me no benefit at all. هَلَكَ عَنِّي سُلْطَانِيَهْ, all my authority is gone. All the influence, the friends that I had, the clout, the entourage, nothing's left. خُذُوهُ فَغُلُّوهُ, and then the command of Allah will come. Seize him and shackle him. ثُمَّ الْجَحِيمَ صَلُّوهُ, throw him into the blazing fire. ثُمَّ فِي سِلْسِلَةٍ ذَرْعُهَا سَبْعُونَ ذِرَاعًا فَاسْلُكُوهُ, then 70 cubits long chain. Take that and fasten him. إِنَّهُ كَانَ لَا يُؤْمِنُ بِاللَّهِ الْعَظِيمِ, he did not believe in Allah, the most great. وَلَا يَحُضُّ عَلَىٰ طُعَامِ الْمِسْكِينِ, nor did he encourage the feeding of the poor. How the two go hand in hand. That he wasn't concerned that there was pain in the world that he was living in, that people were deprived, people were suffering. He couldn't care less. فَلَيْسَ لَهُ الْيَوْمَ هَاهُنَا حَمِيمٌ, so there is no true friend for him today, the one who was very proud of all the friends that he had before. وَلَا طَعَامٌ إِلَّا مِنْ غِسْلِينَ, and he will have no food except the discharge of his own wounds. Of the wounds that he has, the bruises that he'll get from the burning and the chains, whatever comes out of there, he's going to eat that. لَا يَأْكُلُهُ إِلَّا الْخَاطِئُونَ, no one will eat that except the sinners, except those who are, this is people who persist in sin, insist upon sinning. These are their exclusive rights. فَلَا أُقْسِمُ بِمَا تُبْصِرُونَ, so I swear. This formulation is used quite a few times in the surah. It has come a few times before as well. But whenever it's fala, then there are a few understandings of it. One of them read that this is an opinion that they're putting forward, the people of Quraysh, in retaliation to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And Allah comments on that. He's like, no, that's not what it is. Rejecting their claim and then refuting that with what Allah has to say. So no, I swear by all that you can see, بِمَا تُبْصِرُونَ, all of what is around you, وَمَا لَا تُبْصِرُونَ, and all of what you do not see. So there is the seen world and the unseen world. The seen world, obviously you see that around you, but even the unseen world has its effects that you can see within you and in the world around you as well. All of that bears witness to what? And again, when Allah takes an oath in the Qur'an, then He's calling that thing to witness. That consider this, it is a reliable, worthy testimony, and therefore something that is honored. And when you consider this, then the conclusion or the claim that is being made will make more sense. إِنَّهُ لَقَوْلُ رَسُولٍ كَرِيمٍ, for sure this is the word of a noble messenger. So the Qur'an, obviously it is kalam of Allah, but in two distinct locations it identifies itself as qawl of Jibreel alayhi salam and qawl of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam. That Allah's kalam as communicated by Jibreel and Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam, here it is referring to Jibreel. وَمَا هُوَ بِقَوْلِ شَاعِرٍ, this is not the poetry of a poet. قَلِيلًا مَا تُؤْمِنُونَ, but hardly do you believe. وَلَا بِقَوْلِ كَاهِنٍ, neither is it the word of a soothsayer. قَلِيلًا مَا تَذَكَّرُونَ, little do you remember. تَنزِيلٌ مِّن رَبِّ الْعَالَمِينَ, this is the revelation of the Rabb of the worlds. So the words of all that you see, بِمَا تُبْصِرُونَ, and the poetry that you see in the world around you, all those standards of poetry considered, this is not poetry. And then all of the knowledge that you claim to have of the unseen world, of magic and soothsaying and jinnat, etc., etc., all of that ilm considered as well, what Rasulullah ﷺ is presenting is not, has nothing to do with that realm. Tanzilun min Rabbil Alameen. It is the revelation of the Rabb of the Alameen. That the Alam, the worlds that you're living in, and the physical world, the biological world, the human world, and all of what these worlds testify to in terms of their step-by-step progression and evolution towards a purpose, and the evolver of that being Allah, the Rabb, literally the evolver. It testifies, all of these worlds and Allah's evolving of them testified that this revelation has a very important role to play in the growth of these worlds, in the further development of these worlds. That the time was nigh at the coming of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Humanity required this wahi. The Qur'an was a necessity at that time. Humanity was on the brink of suicide at that point as well. That civilization was about to collapse. Everything that thousands of years of human civilization had worked up to was on the brink of collapse. These are historical facts, that the Persian and Roman Empire were killing it, quite literally. And the coming of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam rescued civilization, preserved history, and therefore the present and the future. وَلَوْ تَقَوَّلَ عَلَيْنَا بَعْضَ الْأَقَاوِيلِ, and had he attributed any false statements to us, لَأَخَذْنَا مِنْهُ بِالْيَمِينِ, we would have held him with the right hand. ثُمَّ لَقَطَعْنَا مِنْهُ الْوَتِينَ, then we would have cut off his aorta. فَمَا مِنْكُم مِنْ أَحَدٍ عَنْهُ حَاجِزِينَ, then none of you would have been able to stop us from him. وَإِنَّهُ لَتَذْكِرَةٌ لِلْمُتَّقِينَ, and without a doubt this Qur'an is a reminder for the people of taqwa. وَإِنَّا لَنَعْلَمُ أَنَّ مِنْكُم مُكَذِّبِينَ, and we know that there are deniers among you. وَإِنَّهُ لَحَسْرَةٌ عَلَى الْكَافِرِينَ, and without a doubt it will be a source of regret for the disbelievers. وَإِنَّهُ لَحَقُّ الْيَقِينَ, and without a doubt this is the convincing truth, or the certain truth. فَسَبِّحْ بِاسْمِ رَبِّكَ الْعَظِيمِ, so exalt the name of your Rabb, the most great. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Sa'ala sa'ilun bi'adhabin waqi', a supplicant asked for a punishment bound to take place. So one reading suggests that there came a time when Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, having been utterly frustrated by the response of the Quraysh and the tortures that they were leveling against him and the Sahaba radiyallahu ta'ala anhum, in some moment of exasperation, called out to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that they're asking for it. And when is it going to happen? This adhab that they're asking for. Allah says it's going to take place. لِلْكَافِرِينَ لَيْسَ لَهُ دَافِعٌ, for the disbelievers no one will be able to stop it. مِنَ اللَّهِ ذِي الْمَعَارِجِ, it will be from Allah, the owners of the ways of ascent. That to Allah you get step by step. That getting to Allah is not a one-step journey. You know, it's not just a box that you enter into and you're there. No, it's a progression. It's a staircase, and you have to struggle across the staircase. تَعْرُجُ الْمَلَائِكَةُ وَالرُّوحُ إِلَيْهِ, the angels and the Holy Spirit, they will ascend to him. فِي يَوْمٍ كَانَ مِقْدَارُهُ 50,000 سَنَةً, during a day spanning 50,000 years. That even there is a process. Even in that realm, for the angels to ascend to Allah, even spatially, or however spaces can be conceived with respect to them, angels and Allah, it takes a span of time. فَاصْبِرْ صَبْرًا جَمِيلًا, so endure with a graceful patience. Persevere, continue doing what you are being asked to do. إِنَّهُمْ يَرَوْنَهُ بَعِيدًا, they see it as far off, as distant. وَنَرَاهُ قَرِيبًا, but we see it quite near. Our perception of time and your perception of time, we're in very different time zones. 50,000 years there, their progression and activities of your reckoning is 50,000. And so just imagine that it's not as long as you might perceive for it to be. يَوْمَ تَكُونُ السَّمَاءُ كَالْمُهْلِ, the day that the sky will be like molten grass. وَتَكُونُ الْجِبَالُ كَالْعِهْنِ, and the mountains will be like tufts of wool. وَلَا يَسْأَلُ حَمِيمٌ حَمِيمًا, and no friend will ask of any other friend. يُبَصَّرُونَهُم, even though they will see one another, they'll be shown one another, but they won't be concerned. يَوَدُّ الْمُجْرِمُ لَوْ يَفْتَدِي مِنْ عَذَابِ يَوْمِئِذٍ بِبَنِيهِ, the criminal, forget friends, the criminal on that day would wish he could be ransomed out by his children. That he would get out of the punishment and his children are thrust in. Take a moment to think about your children. And take a moment to think about the intensity of the adhab that would have to be for you to say, take them, let me go. Let them burn. وَصَاحِبَتِهِ وَأَخِيهِ, and his spouse or his wife and his brother. وَفَصِيلَتِهِ الَّتِي تُؤْوِيهِ, and his relatives who provide him shelter. وَمَنْ فِي الْأَرْضِ جَمِيعًا, whoever is on earth. ثُمَّ يَنْجِيهِ, so that he may save himself. كَلَّا, no way. إِنَّهَا لَظَىٰ, it is a blazing fire. نَزَّاعَةً لِلشَّوَىٰ, plucking out right to the skull. Remove the skin, the hair first, the skin, then every layer of fashion, all the way to the bone. تَدْعُو مَنْ أَدْبَرَ وَتَوَلَّى, it will call the one who turned back and went away. So Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam's calling in his loving, with his ra'fa, with his rahmah, and they're ignoring him, making fun of him, mocking him. Fair enough, the fire will call. Whoever turned away and went, the fire will call them and they'll have to respond. وَجَمَعَ فَأَوْعَى, collected his wealth and hoarded it, heaped it up and kept it for himself. إِنَّ الْإِنسَانَ خُلِقَ هَلُوعًا, definitely man has been created of a hasty temperament, impulsive. Immediate gratification is his principle that he lives by. Wants it here and now, doesn't look to share. When he loses it, he thinks he's lost everything. إِذَا مَسَّهُ الشَّرُّ جَزُوعًا, when evil befalls him, he's impatient. وَإِذَا مَسَّهُ الْخَيْرُ مَنُوعًا, when he's blessed with good fortune, he withholds, he doesn't share, he doesn't give it to anyone. إِلَّا الْمُصَلِّينَ, except those who pray. So this is the default predisposition that every human being has. To be able to grow out of it, salah is that gift that helps you to grow out of this impulsivity. That you engage in salah and it allows for you to transcend, connect with the transcendent and therefore transcend yourself. Don't become a person of the environment alone, but someone who is able to shut himself off from the environment and connect himself to the unseen realm, that of the future, that which connects him to Allah, and therefore train themselves and discipline themselves. That the reactionary, mechanistic lifestyle that we're used to in our daily daily activities that we're engaged in, salah helps us to cut off from there and free ourselves and use that freedom, nurture that freedom more and more, develop that self-control better. الَّذِينَ هُمْ عَلَىٰ صَلَاتِهِمْ دَائِمُونَ, those who are consistent in their prayers. That is not just you pray once and you got it. Consistency is of the essence. وَالَّذِينَ فِي أَمْوَالِهِمْ حَقٌّ مَعْلُومٌ, those who set a definite share from their wealth. So these are the people who are going to be able to give out from their wealth. لِلسَّائِلِ وَالْمَحْرُومِ, for the petitioner, the one who asks for it, and the deprived. وَالَّذِينَ يُصَدِّقُونَ بِيَوْمِ الدِّينِ, those who believe in the day of recompensation. وَالَّذِينَ هُمْ مِنْ عَذَابِ رَبِّهِمْ مُشْفِقُونَ, and those who are fearful of the punishment of their Rabb. They don't think they're going to be safe from the punishment of their Rabb. They don't think it's that to be taken for granted. They understand their vulnerability, that it's very much a possibility that I end up in Jahannam. Inna adhaba rabbihim ghayru ma'moon, and definitely the punishment of their Rabb is not something to feel secure from. وَالَّذِينَ هُمْ لِفُرُوجِهِمْ حَافِظُونَ, these are the people who preserve their chastity. إِلَّا عَلَىٰ أَزْوَاجِهِمْ أَوْ مَا مَلَكَتْ أَيْمَانُهُمْ, except to their wives and that which their right hands possess. فَإِنَّهُمْ غَيْرُ مَلُومِينَ, as in that case they are not blameworthy. فَمَنِ ابْتَغَى وَرَاءَ ذَلِكَ, but those who go beyond this, فَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْعَادُونَ, such are the transgressors. وَالَّذِينَ هُمْ لِأَمَانَاتِهِمْ وَعَهْدِهِمْ رَاعُونَ, and they keep their trusts and promises. As far as their mutual dealings are concerned, they are defined by these two principles, these two values. They honor their trusts, and they fulfill their commitments. وَالَّذِينَ هُمْ بِشَهَادَاتِهِمْ قَائِمُونَ, and they stand firm with respect to their testimonies. وَالَّذِينَ هُمْ عَلَىٰ صَلَاتِهِمْ يُحَافِظُونَ, and they are always engaged in carefully guarding their prayer. أُولَٰئِكَ فِي جَنَّاتٍ مُكْرَمُونَ, these will live in gardens in honor. فَمَا لِلَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا قِبْلَكَ مُهْطِعِينَ, then what is wrong with these disbelievers? Why are they rushing towards you? عَنِ الْيَمِينِ وَعَنِ الشِّمَالِ عِزِينَ, in groups from the right and the left. So they would come, when they would see the Rasul, the Messenger ﷺ, they would rush towards him as if they're very interested in learning from him. And they would look to distract other people from coming to Rasulullah ﷺ. أَيَطْمَعُ كُلُّ امْرِئٍ مِّنْهُمْ أَن يُدْخَلَ جَنَّةَ نَعِيمٍ, does each person among them really desire to be admitted into the gardens of delight? That he's just going to reach there? No effort, no struggle, no sacrifice, nothing. Kalla, no way. Inna khalaqnahum mimma ya'lamun, we have created them from which they know. That default state of your impulsivity that you are created in, until you make conscious efforts to grow out of it and become a better person, that too a potential that you have within you. But until you realize that potential, no way, no paradise. Thank you very much. That impulsivity, not allowed. You have to grow in order to go to Jannah. فَلَا أُقْسِمُ بِرَبِّ الْمَشَارِقِ وَالْمَغَارِبِ إِنَّا لَقَادِرُونَ. So no, I swear by the Rabb of the Easts and the Wests that we are fully capable عَلَىٰ أَن نُبَدِّلَ خَيْرًا مِنْهُمْ, to replace them with others better than them. Either replace them, if they don't fulfill their responsibilities, then others are replaced to fulfill those responsibilities, or to replace their bodies when they are dead with other bodies that can withstand Jahannam, that can enjoy paradise more fully. So just like the one who changes the day, the sun goes down and brings it back up, or the earth goes around, however that works. He brings new days, he brings new years, he brings new seasons. He can bring new people. He can give you a new existence as well. وَمَا نَحْنُ بِمَسْبُوقِينَ. We are not to be outdone. We are not incapable. The progression of time tells you about the capability of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in action at all times. فَذَرْهُمْ يَخُوضُوا وَيَلْعَبُوا. So let them plunge in their vain talks and amuse themselves. For them, these religious discussions are nothing more than impractical discourse, that they're just engaging in it for the sake of it. It's not impacting their behavior, their interactions, their activities in the society. حَتَّى يُلَاقُوا يَوْمَهُمُ الَّذِي يُوعَدُونَ. Until they meet their day, which they have been promised. يَوْمَ يَخْرُجُونَ مِنَ الْأَجْدَاثِ سِرَاعًا. The day when they will emerge from their graves rapidly, كَأَنَّهُمْ إِلَى نُصُبٍ يُوفِضُونَ. As if they are rushing towards a goal. خَاشِعَةً أَبْصَارُهُمْ. Eyes will be downcast. تَرْهَقُهُمْ ذِلَّةٌ. Humiliation will shroud them. ذَلِكَ الْيَوْمُ الَّذِي كَانُوا يُوعَدُونَ. That is the day which they had been promised. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Inna arsalna Nuhan ila qawmihi. We definitely sent Nuh to his people. An anzir qawmaka min qabli an ya'tiyahum adhabun alim. Warn your people before a painful torment, painful punishment comes to them. Qala ya qawmi inni lakum nadhirun mubin. That he said, people, I am to you a clear warner. An i'budu Allah wattaquhu wa ati'un. You should enter into the ibadah of Allah, observe his taqwa, and obey me. يغفر لكم من ذنوبكم. In response, Allah will forgive you some of your sins. ويؤخركم إلى أجل مسمى. And He will grant you time for a specified term. So you respond to the call of the messenger, good. One part of tawbah done. Rest of it, your rest of your life. To make up for that, to be able to enter into paradise. You get that time now. When you enter into Islam, that's when your stopwatch starts. To see how much you are able to make of the time that you have been given. Inna ajalallahi idha ja'a la yu'akhkhar. And the time set by Allah, once it comes, it will not be delayed. لو كنتم تعلمون. Only if you knew. قال ربي إني دعوت قومي ليلا ونهارا. Nuh said, my Rabb, I called my people day and night. فلم يزدهم دعائي إلا فرارا. But my call did not increase them except in running away. وإني كلما دعوتهم لتغفر لهم. And whenever I called them so that you may forgive them, جعلوا أصابعهم في آذانهم. They put their fingers into their ears. وَاسْتَغْشَوْا ثِيَابَهُمْ. And they drew their garments over them. وَأَصَرُّوا وَاسْتَكْبَرُوا اسْتِكْبَارًا. And they persisted in it. And they showed utter arrogance. ثُمَّ إِنِّي دَعَوْتُهُمْ جِهَارًا. Then I called out to them loudly. ثُمَّ إِنِّي أَعْلَنْتُ لَهُمْ وَأَسْرَرْتُ لَهُمْ إِسْرَارًا. Then I announced to them openly, in public, and secretly, in private. فَقُلْتُ اسْتَغْفِرُوا رَبَّكُمْ. I told them, ask your Rabb to forgive you. إِنَّهُ كَانَ غَفَّارًا. He is always a perpetual forgiver. يُرْسِلِ السَّمَاءَ عَلَيْكُمْ مِدْرَارًا. He will send the sky upon you in continuous showers. That once you turn to Allah, when a community turns to Allah, when a group of people turn to Allah, then their communal condition materially improves. That individual responding to the call of Allah, ultimate reward and punishment is in akhirah, as far as individuals are concerned. A share of it here, in terms of reward and punishment, in this world as well. Yes. But for the most part, akhirah. As far as groups and communities are concerned, nations are concerned, then the bulk of the punishment in dunya for rejection, and the bulk of the benefit, the reward as a community in dunya. So prosperity that the entire community experiences. He will send the sky upon you in continuous rain. وَيُمْدِدْكُمْ بِأَمْوَالٍ وَبَنِينَ. And He will increase you in wealth and in children. وَيَجْعَلْ لَكُمْ جَنَّاتٍ وَيَجْعَلْ لَكُمْ أَنْهَارًا. And He will provide you with gardens and with rivers. مَا لَكُمْ لَا تَرْجُونَ لِلَّهِ وَقَارًا. What's wrong with you? Don't you look forward to the majesty of Allah? وَقَدْ خَلَقَكُمْ أَطْوَارًا. He has created you in stages. And it's now just the rest of these stages you have to take the lead, make the choices to progress further. أَلَمْ تَرَوْا كَيْفَ خَلَقَ اللَّهُ سَبْعَ سَمَاوَاتٍ طِبَاقًا. Haven't you considered how Allah created the 7 heavens, one above the other? وَجَعَلَ الْقَمَرَ فِيهِنَّ نُورًا. He placed in them the moon as a light. وَجَعَلَ الشَّمْسَ سِرَاجًا. And He made the sun a glorious lamp. وَاللَّهُ أَنْبَتَكُم مِّنَ الْأَرْضِ نَبَاتًا. Allah caused you to grow as a growth from the earth. ثُمَّ يُعِيدُكُم فِيهَا. Then He will return you to the same earth. وَيُخْرِجُكُمْ إِخْرَاجًا. And He will extract you another extraction. So these stages of your development, these stages of your life, of how you came about, is just carry those stages forward now and become better than who you are and realize your potential. That's all He's asking. وَاللَّهُ جَعَلَ لَكُمُ الْأَرْضَ بِسَاطًا. Allah made you an earth, has made the earth a wide expanse for you. لِتَسْلُكُوا مِنْهَا سُبُلًا فِجَاجًا. So that you may walk through its spacious paths. So just like He's given you paths in the world around you, He has delineated paths spiritually for your life, for you to walk upon. قَالَ نُوحَ الرَّبِّ إِنَّهُمْ عَصَوْنِي. Then Nuh said, my Rabb, they have disobeyed me. وَاتَّبَعُوا مَنْ لَمْ يَزِدْهُ مَالُهُ وَوَلَدُهُ إِلَّا خَسَارًا. And they have followed the one whose wealth and children will not increase him except in loss. وَمَكَرُوا مَكْرًا كُبَّارًا. And they have conspired an outrageous conspiracy, planning on killing Nuh alayhi salam or getting rid of him one way or the other. وَقَالُوا لَا تَذَرُنَّ آلِهَتَكُمْ. And they urged their people, never ever leave your gods. وَلَا تَذَرُنَّ وَدًّا وَلَا سُوَاعًا وَلَا يَغُوثَ وَيَعُوقَ وَنَصْرًا. Don't ever leave Wadd wa Suwa and Yaghuth and Ya'uq and Nasra, their names of their idols, of their gods. So they're rejecting Nuh alayhi salam in the name of religion. Their battle against Nuh alayhi salam is that Nuh is a blasphemer against our gods. وَقَدْ أَضَلُّوا كَثِيرًا. And they have already misled many. وَلَا تَزِدِ الظَّالِمِينَ إِلَّا ضَلَالًا. So do not increase these oppressors in anything but misguidance. مِمَّا خَطِيئَاتِهِمْ أُغْرِقُوا. And so because of their sins they were drowned. فَأُدْخِلُوا النَّارَ. And entered into the hellfire. فَلَمْ يَجِدُوا لَهُم مِّن دُونِ اللَّهِ أَنصَارًا. And they found no one to help them besides Allah. وَقَالَ نُوحُ الرَّبِّ لَا تَذَرْ عَلَى الْأَرْضِ مِنَ الْكَافِرِينَ دَيَّارًا. And Nuh alayhi salam said, my Rabb, do not leave a single disbeliever living on earth. إِنَّكَ إِن تَذَرْهُمْ يُضِلُّوا عِبَادَكَ. If you leave them, if you spare them, they will mislead your ibad. وَلَا يَلِدُ إِلَّا فَاجِرًا كَفَّارًا. And they will beget none except someone who is defiantly disobedient. And so, as we saw in the beginning of the previous surah, سَأَلَ سَائِلٌ بِعَذَابٍ وَاقِعٍ. That a caller called for the punishment of Allah. Either the Messenger ﷺ or anyone from the Sahaba, the frustration at the time in Mecca, leading for them to ask for adhab for the people of Quraysh. Allah told them, no, not time yet. But then immediately the next surah talks about Nuh alayhi salam when it did become time. And when Nuh alayhi salam made that same dua, that these people, they got nothing. Everything in their potential that was positive is lost. And they're not going to increase in anything but evil. رَبِّ اغْفِرْ لِي وَلِوَالِدَيَّ وَلِمَنْ دَخَلَ بَيْتِيَ مُؤْمِنًا. My Rabb, forgive me, my parents, and all those who enter my house as believers. وَلِلْمُؤْمِنِينَ and mu'minat. And all believing men and women. So the humility of Nuh alayhi salam in the other direction. That now he wants, again, he's not just thinking about himself. When he turns to piety, righteousness, iman, then he looks for the following generations of humanity as to how they will live up to that. And so that's what he prays for. As to how far ahead can this light of Tawheed spread in humanity in this world. وَلَا تَزِدِ الظَّالِمِينَ إِلَّا تَبَارًا. And do not increase the oppressors except in destruction. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. قُلْ أُوحِيَ إِلَيَّ أَنَّهُ اسْتَمَعَ نَفَرٌ مِّنَ الْجِنِّ. Say that it has been revealed to me that a group of jinns heard the Qur'an. فَقَالُوا إِنَّا سَمِعْنَا قُرْآنًا عَجَبًا. They said, we've heard an amazing Qur'an. يَهْدِي إِلَى الرُّشْدِ. It guides to the right path. فَآمَنَّا بِهِ. So we've believed in it. وَلَن نُشْرِكَ بِرَبِّنَا أَحَدًا. And we will never associate anyone with our Rabb. وَأَنَّهُ تَعَالَى جَدُّ رَبِّنَا. And the exalted in majesty is our Rabb. مَتَّخَذَ صَاحِبَةً وَلَا وَلَدًا. He has not taken a wife, nor has he a son. وَأَنَّهُ كَانَ يَقُولُ سَفِيهُنَا عَلَى اللَّهِ شَطَطًا. And that foolish, that idiot from among us used to say blasphemous things against Allah, talking about Iblis. وَأَنَّا ظَنَنَّا لَن تَقُولَ الْإِنسُ وَالْجِنُّ عَلَى اللَّهِ كَذِبًا. And we used to think that no human nor jinn will ever lie about Allah. That the simplicity that this group of people used to have, that if somebody is saying something in the name of God, then it can't be wrong. He's saying it in the name of God. He's saying it from the pedestal of religion. How can that be wrong? And so if there's something ascribed to Allah, if there's something being said in the name of Allah, then it has to be right. And so if anything is said against that, becomes wrong. But now they recognize, as they represent here, that we were being too simple. That's not how it works. وَأَنَّهُ كَانَ رِجَالٌ مِنَ الْإِنسِ, and that there are men from human beings, يَعُوذُونَ بِرِجَالٍ مِنَ الْجِنِّ, who seek refuge with men from the jinnat. That their conception of the jinnat is that these incredibly powerful deities, who unless we are protected from their evil, we're absolutely vulnerable to them, that they are stronger than us. And that's exactly what this folklore and what our stories in our community look to do. Inspire within human beings a fear of creatures which aren't actually stronger than them. And how our experience of jinnat, other than the depiction that we see of them in the Qur'an, our personal experience of jinnat is with respect to the fear that they engender within us, the thoughts, the emotions, for the most part. And if they generate within us a fear of an object that is not supposed to be feared, then by virtue of a self-fulfilling prophecy, we can make that fear come true and actually be overwhelmed by that object of fear and allow for it to put us down absolutely. And that's how fear operates. وَأَنَّهُ كَانَ رِجَالٌ مِنَ الْإِنسِ يَعُوذُونَ بِرِجَالٍ مِنَ الْجِنِّ فَزَادُوهُمْ رَهَقًا, and that only advanced them in rebellion. وَأَنَّهُمْ ظَنُّوا كَمَا ظَنَنْتُمْ, and they thought, as you thought, أَلَّنْ يَبْعَثَ اللَّهُ أَحَدًا, that Allah will never send anyone as a messenger. And so, not believing in Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam or Allah's communication with human beings reinforces this fear of the unknown, the fear of these ghastly beings in the unknown. وَأَنَّا لَمَسْنَا السَّمَاءَ, and we probed the sky, فَوَجَدْنَاهَا مُلِئَتْ حَرْسًا شَدِيدًا وَشُهُبًا, and we found it filled with powerful guards and burning flames. That the progress or the movement of angels is protected, that there is some phenomena that is of being giving this incredible security. And that's how revelation works, that whenever prophets come and angels that are to bring the revelation to the prophets, whatever they have to bring has to be given the utmost protection and security so as to have no interference from jinnat. وَأَنَّا كُنَّا نَقْعُدُ مِنْهَا مَقَاعِدَ لِلسَّمْعِ, and we used to sit in some position to hear. فَمَنْ يَسْتَمِعِ الْآنِ, but whoever tries to listen now, يَجِدْ لَهُ شِهَابًا رَصَدًا, he will find a burning flame ready to attack him. وَأَنَّا لَا نَدْرِي, and we don't know أَشَرٌ أَرِيدَ بِمَنْ فِي الْأَرْضِ, whether it is harm intended for those on earth, أَمْ أَرَادَ بِهِمْ رَبُّهُمْ رُشْدًا, or their Rabb intends to guide them. The coming of revelation, generally for the sake of humanity, but even for the sake of individuals, that the coming of Qur'an in anyone's life means one of two things. Incredible good is about to happen to you, or it's going to be really bad. Depending on how we choose to respond. أَمْ أَرَادَ بِهِمْ رَبُّهُمْ رُشْدًا, or their Rabb intends to guide them. وَأَنَّا مِنَّا الصَّالِحُونَ وَمِنَّا دُونَ ذَلِكَ, and we have righteous among us, and among us are other kind as well, not so good. كُنَّا طَرَائِقَ قِدَدًا, we are following different ways. So our personal experiences from within our own psyches with these creatures, if you will, there are good from them and there are evil from them, and there is potential of the evil to become good. So the evil incitements that we experience, the evil that we're inclined towards from within ourselves, our instincts being provoked, there is a possibility of that becoming good as well. وَأَنَّا ظَنَنَّا لَن نُعْجِزَ اللَّهَ فِي الْأَرْضِ, and we believe that we will never defeat Allah on earth. وَلَن نُعْجِزَهُ هَرَبًا, and we can never escape Him by flight. وَأَنَّا لَمَّا سَمِعْنَا الْهُدَى آمَنَّا بِهِ, and so as soon as we heard the guidance, we believed in it. فَمَنْ يُؤْمِن بِرَبِّهِ, whoever believes in his Rabb, فَلَا يَخَافُ بَخْسًا وَلَا رَهَقًا, he will have nothing to fear, any loss nor any injustice. وَأَنَّ مِنَ الْمُسْلِمُونَ وَمِنَ الْقَاسِطُونَ, and so among us are those who submit their wills to Allah, but within are those who are unjust. فَمَنْ أَسْلَمَ فَأُولَٰئِكَ تَحَرَّوْا رَشَدًا, but those who submit, they have found the right track. وَأَمَّا الْقَاسِطُونَ, as for the unjust, فَكَانُوا لِجَهَنَّمَ حَطَبًا, they would be a fuel for the hellfire. وَلَوْ اسْتَقَامُوا عَلَى الطَّرِيقَةِ, and had they continued following the right course. So now the quote of the jinnat has ended from the previous ayah, and this ayah continues as such. لَأَسْقَيْنَاهُمْ مَاءً غَدَقًا, we would have given them abundant water. So if people on the right course continued in that right course, would have gotten good. لَأَسْقَيْنَاهُمْ مَاءً غَدَقًا, we would have given them abundant water, لِنَفْتِنَهُمْ فِي, in order to test them through it. وَمَنْ يُعْرِضْ عَنْ ذِكْرِ رَبِّهِ, and whoever turns aside from the reminder of his Rabb, يَسْلُكْهُ عَذَابًا صَعَدًا, we will make him undergo a severe punishment. وَأَنَّ الْمَسَاجِدَ لِلَّهِ, and the mosques are for Allah. Masajid are the places of prayer, also the parts of our body involved in sajda. Also masajid. فَلَا تَدْعُوا مَعَ اللَّهِ أَحَدًا, don't call on anyone other than Allah. No one at all. وَأَنَّهُ لَمَّا قَامَ عَبْدُ اللَّهِ يَدْعُوهُ, and so now the quote of the jinnat continues here again. Whenever Allah's abd, the Messenger ﷺ, stands up to call on him, to make dua to Allah, to pray to Allah, كَادُوا يَكُونُونَ عَلَيْهِ لِبَدًا, they surround him in a dense crowd. قُلْ إِنَّمَا أَدْعُو رَبِّي, say Ya Rasulullah, I call on my Rabb alone. وَلَا أُشْرِكُ بِهِ أَحَدًا, I do not associate anyone with him. قُلْ إِنِّي لَا أَمْلِكُ لَكُمْ ضَرًّا وَلَا رَشَدًا, and tell them I have no cause, no control to cause you any harm or to bring you to the right path. So that was established with respect to jinnat, and now being established with respect to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that no human being or jinn, no matter how powerful, no matter how honorable, can force any other human being to do anything at all. That choice rests with the human being himself. That you have to make your own choices. People can influence you but not cause your behavior. The cause of your behavior is your final choice. So that independence has to be regarded. قُلْ إِنِّي لَن يُجِيرَنِي مِنَ اللَّهِ أَحَدٌ, and tell them that no one will ever be able to protect me against Allah. وَلَنْ أَجِدَ مِن دُونِهِ مُلْتَحَدًا, and I will not find any refuge besides Him. إِلَّا بَلَاغًا مِنَ اللَّهِ وَرِسَالَتِهِ, unless I proclaim what I receive from Him and His messages. Now that I've gotten them, I have to fulfill my responsibility. If I don't, then Allah, no one will be able to save me from Him. وَمَنْ يَعْصِ اللَّهَ وَرَسُولَهُ, and whoever disobeys Allah and His Messenger, فَإِنَّ لَهُ نَارَ جَهَنَّمَ خَالِدِينَ فِيهَا أَبَدًا, so there is for them in the hellfire, and they will live in it for eternity. حَتَّى إِذَا رَأَوْا مَا يُوعَدُونَ, until they see what they're being promised. فَسَيَعْلَمُونَ مَنْ أَضْعَفُ نَاصِرٌ وَأَقَلُّ عَدَدًا, then they will know who is weaker in support and less in number. So the Quraysh mocked the Rasulullah ﷺ, you don't have anyone with you, you don't have any resources, you're coming here leveling all these threats against us, who do you think you are? And then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala responds in his behest, that when they see the adhab of Allah, then they'll know who's actually weak and who's strong. قُلْ إِنْ أَدْرِي أَقَرِيبٌ مَا تُوعَدُونَ, tell them I don't know. Ya Rasulullah, be open with them, keep it very real, keep it very plain. I don't know that what you're being threatened with, whether it's around the corner, أَمْ يَجْعَلُ لَهُ رَبِّي أَمَدًا, or my Rabb will give you some more time for it. That's His prerogative exclusively. عَالِمُ الْغَيْبِ, He's the knower of the unseen. فَلَا يُظْهِرُ عَلَى غَيْبِهِ أَحَدًا, He does not reveal His knowledge of the unseen to anyone, إِلَّا مَنِ ارْتَضَى مِن رَسُولٍ, except whom He chooses from His messengers. فَإِنَّهُ يَسْلُكُ مِن بَيْنِ يَدَيْهِ وَمِنْ خَلْفِهِ رَصَدًا, and then He appoints guards to keep an eye on him from front and back, to protect him. لِيَعْلَمْ, so that he knows, أَنْ قَدْ أَبْلَغُوا رِسَالَاتِ رَبِّهِمْ, that they have conveyed the messages of their Rabb, وَأَحَاطَ بِمَا لَدَيْهِمْ, and He also encompasses whatever is with them, وَأَحْصَى كُلَّ شَيْءٍ عَدَدًا, and He has kept count of each and everything. That the angels that serve as protectors also serve to ensure whether the responsibilities have been carried out or not. يَا أَيُّهَا الْمُزَّمِّلُ, you who wraps himself up, قُمِ اللَّيْلَ إِلَّا قَلِيلًا, rise in prayer at night except a little. So Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that time period in his prophethood, actually prior to his prophethood in his life, when he is in a state of reflection, where even though he has all the luxury that money can buy, at his disposal if he chooses to indulge in it. He has that. He's one of the most resourceful people in Mecca after being married to Khadija. He has the most loving family. He has the best reputation. Everybody loves him. No opposition, no enemies, no nothing. He's trustworthy. He's praised wherever he goes. He's appreciated, acknowledged wherever he goes. But there is a constant botheration and an incredible pain that he feels with respect to the society and what it's steeped into. The idolatry on one side and the injustices on the other. For himself, he has never gone down the path of idolatry nor of injustice. That even prior to revelation, the Messenger ﷺ was on the path of Ibrahim ﷺ as best as he could. But then how does that relate to the world that he's living in? How does that extend to the community that he's a part of? How does that ensure that people don't suffer? And so excessive time periods in that age being spent in reflection, in worship, in contemplation, in connection with Allah to figure these things out. And that is represented here by Muzammil in this surah and Muddathir in the next. And how this reflective time period Allah announces to him is now over. So you enshrouded in wrapping yourself up, and it's a position of sitting, and it's a position of isolation, it's a position of thinking things through, figuring things out. Allah says they've been figured out. قُمِ اللَّيْلَ إِلَّا قَلِيلًا. First step, connect to Allah. Perfect your tawheed further. Stand up in prayer, except a little. So for the first part, the prayer, the salah that Rasulullah ﷺ has to pray is not the 5 times prayer that we're used to. Fajr, Zuhr, Asr, Maghrib, Isha is Mi'raj, 10 years later. Starts off with tahajjud. Tahajjud is the prayer for Rasulullah ﷺ for the first 10 years. And the Sahaba, radiyallahu ta'ala anhum. Encouragement, pray as much of the night as you can possibly, except a little. Sleep little, pray more. Nisfahu, or half of it. Awin qus minhu qalila, or a little less. And as we will see towards the end of the surah, that the Sahaba and the Messenger ﷺ took this to mean 1/3, half, or 2/3 of the night. Awzid alayhi qalila, or awzid alayhi, or add to it. So less than that or more than, less than half or more than half. وَرَتِّلِ الْقُرْآنَ تَرْتِيلًا. What is the essence of tahajjud? Or what is the essence of the night prayer? Or what is the essence of prayer? Qur'an. That you standing before Allah, what are you doing? Reciting more and more Qur'an in a measured recitation. Giving yourself opportunities for reflection. Let it sink in. Let it sink in. For these concepts are new. What the Qur'an is telling you is fresh. So for you to be able to really make it a part of your personality, again, you haven't had that for the best part of your life prior to this. So to change those habits and to really internalize these new concepts, repetition, 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 repetition. That whatever is emotionally ingrained in you has now to be cognitively repaired through the repeated recitation of the Qur'an. And by this time, hardly 2 surahs have been revealed. That the Messenger ﷺ, we know alaq, perhaps Fatiha, Noon wal qalami wa maybe that even came later. But that's about it. Repeat, repeat, repeat. For how long? 1/3 of the night. 2/3 of the night. Half of the night. Inna sanulqi alayka qawlan thaqila. What is that prayer for? Just for the sake of prayer? So that it gives you tranquility? You feel good for the rest of your day? No. We're going to put a very heavy word on you. We're going to load you up with a very heavy word. A very heavy responsibility. Inna nashi'ata al-layli hiya ashaddu wat'an wa aqwamu qila. And for sure the rising by night is more effective in governing, so that you're now disciplined. That the discipline that this will engender, you're fighting off sleep and you're holding yourself up. And most suitable for upright speech. That now when you're doing that, then you will, in how you speak is going to be controlled. It's going to be disciplined. You will think before you speak. You will choose your words carefully. That your fluency, this is obviously cognitively speaking, but then there are spiritual effects as well that this will have in terms of adding to your how articulate you are. Because we know that as far as speaking is concerned, it is not just what you know. It is not just how well you know it. Fluency is determined by many unseen factors as well. And so the spiritual dimension added to it. إِنَّ لَكَ فِي النَّهَارِ سَبْحًا طَوِيلًا. For you by day is prolonged occupation. وَاذْكُرِ اسْمَ رَبِّكَ. So exalt the name of your Rabb. Do his tasbih. وَتَبَتَّلْ إِلَيْهِ تَبْتِيلًا. And devote yourself to him exclusively. رَبُّ الْمَشْرِقِ وَالْمَغْرِبِ. He is the Rabb of the East and the West. لَا إِلَهَ إِلَّا هُ. There is no one, no ilah other than him. Indicating from the get-go that yours is a religion not bound by space, not bound to a particular territory. Allah is the Rabb of the East and the West, and Rasulullah ﷺ is the messenger who is universal as well. فَاتَّخِذْهُ وَكِيلًا. So take him as someone to be relied upon ultimately. وَاصْبِرْ عَلَى مَا يَقُولُونَ. And patiently endure whatever they say. وَهْجُرْهُمْ هَجْرًا جَمِيلًا. And separate from them in a beautiful way. Even when they're abusing you, in a dignified, honorable manner, without abusing back. Separate yourself from them. وَذَرْنِي وَالْمُكَذِّبِينَ. And leave me alone with these deniers. أُولِي النِّعْمَةِ. People of luxury. وَمَهِّلْهُمْ قَلِيلًا. And allow them a little respite. إِنَّ لَدَيْنَا أَنْكَالًا وَجَحِيمًا. We have with us shackles and burning fire, وَطَعَامًا ذَا غُصَّةٍ. And food that chokes, وَعَذَابًا أَلِيمًا. And painful punishment. يَوْمَ تَرْجُفُ الْأَرْضُ وَالْجِبَالُ. On the day when the earth and even the mountains will be in a violent commotion. وَكَانَتِ الْجِبَالُ كَثِيبًا مَهِيلًا. And the mountains will crumble into heaps of sand pouring down. إِنَّا أَرْسَلْنَا إِلَيْكُمْ رَسُولًا. And we have sent you a messenger, O Quraysh, شَاهِدًا عَلَيْكُمْ. A witness upon you. كما أرسلنا إلى فرعون رسولا. The way we sent a messenger to Fir'aun. فعصى فرعون الرسول. But Fir'aun disobeyed the messenger. فأخذناه أخذا وبيلا. So we seized him with a crushing grip. So the Quraysh are being addressed, but humanity as a whole is being addressed. That this messenger is being sent to you. He witnesses against you that if he does his job and you don't follow in his pathway, then you stand to lose. Just like Fir'aun stood to lose when he rejected Musa alayhi salam. فَأَخَذْنَاهُ أَخْذًا وَبِيلًا. So we seized him with a crushing grip. فَكَيْفَ تَتَّقُونَ. So how would you save yourselves? إِن كَفَرْتُمْ. If you continue disbelieving. يَوْمًا يَجْعَلُ الْوِلْدَانَ شِيبًا. On a day that children will turn gray-headed. السَّمَاءُ مُنْفَطِرٌ بِهِ. The heaven will split open. كَانَ وَعْدُهُ مَفْعُولًا. His promise will be fulfilled. From the terror of that day, children's hair turns gray and the sky splits open. إِنَّ هَذِهِ تَذْكِرَةٌ. That is an admonition. فَمَنْ شَاءَ اتَّخَذَ إِلَىٰ رَبِّهِ سَبِيلًا. So whoever wills, let him take away to his Rabb. Whoever wants. Again, the openness, the freedom of human beings, acknowledged repeatedly. Whoever wants to, make your way to Allah. Inna rabbaka ya'lam. Without a doubt, your Rabb knows, Ya Rasulullah, annaka taqum. That you stand in prayer, adna min thuluthay al-layli wa nisfahu wa thula. 2/3 of the night and sometimes half of it and sometimes 1/3. Wa ta'ifatun min alladhina ma'ak. As does a group of your companions. Wallahu yuqaddiru al-layla wan-nahar. And Allah has determined the length of the night and the day. Alima lan tuhsuhu. And He knows that you will not be able to keep this up. Fataba alaykum. So now He has turned to you in mercy. فَقْرَأُوا مَا تَيَسَّرَ مِنَ الْقُرْآنِ. So recite from the Qur'an whatever you can easily manage. 1/3, half, 2/3, too much. Whatever you can easily manage, fair enough. عَلِمَ أَنْ سَيَكُونُ مِنْكُمْ مَرْضَى. Allah knows that some of you would be ill. وَآخَرُونَ يَضْرِبُونَ فِي الْأَرْضِ يَبْتَغُونَ مِنْ فَضْلِ اللَّهِ. And others will travel in the land seeking Allah's grace, i.e. they have to work in the mornings. So they can't spend this much time at night praying. وَآخَرُونَ يُقَاتِلُونَ فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ. Yet others would be fighting in the cause of Allah. فَقْرَأُوا مَا تَيَسَّرَ مِنْ. So just recite whatever is convenient for you. وَأَقِيمُوا الصَّلَاةَ. And establish prayer. So the opinion that goes that the first part of the surah is early Makkah, and this part of the surah is after Mi'raj, possibly even Medina, since there's a mention of qital fi sabilillah. That this is now an ease that is being spoken of. وَآتُوا الزَّكَاةَ. And pay zakah. وَأَقْرِضُوا اللَّهَ قَرْضًا حَسَنًا. And lend Allah an excellent loan. وَمَا تُقَدِّمُوا لِأَنفُسِكُم مِّن خَيْرٍ. And whatever you send forward for yourselves from good, تَجِدُوهُ عِنْدَ اللَّهِ. You will find it with Allah. هُوَ خَيْرٌ وَأَعْظَمَ أَجْرًا. better and greater in reward. وَاسْتَغْفِرُ and seek forgiveness from Allah. إِنَّ اللَّهَ غَفُورٌ رَحِيمٌ Most definitely Allah is forgiving and merciful. So continue with the 5 daily prayers and regularly giving. That is the replacement, or that is how you compensate for what benefits you acquired from nighttime prayer, that extensive self-disciplining practice and spiritual practice that was instituted in the early part of the prophethood. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Ya ayyuhal muddathir, you who covers himself up. Qum fa'andir, stand up and warn. Again, the ponderous phase. First, establish your relationship with Allah, being mentioned in the previous surah. This surah highlights the social dimension of prophethood. That spirituality is not about just your connection with Allah. How does your connection with Allah reflect in your connection with society? Qum fa'andir, stand up and warn. Wa rabbaka fakabbir, and make your Rabb the greatest. Is just how far Allah goes in empowering human beings, tells them that your activities will make me greater. That's how much the greatest is saying that. Wa rabbaka fakabbir, make your Rabb greater. So that when you're done praying, understand that you're doing that, the takbir of Allah. When you're warning, when you're fulfilling your social responsibilities, the takbir of Allah. The awwal that Allah was before you did that activity, and the akhir that He will be after that activity. Allahu Akbar, Allah will be greater. And it is because of what you did. That's how much He goes to honor the human being. وَثِيَابَكَ فَطَهِّرْ, and your clothes purify. Physical purification, spiritual purification. وَالرُّجْزَ فَهْجُرْ, and impurities avoid. وَلَا تَمْنُنْ تَسْتَكْثِرْ, and do not confer a favor upon others as to what you're doing to acquire more. There should be no vested interest in your engagement with people. Or this may also mean do not discontinue, persevere in what you're doing. وَلِرَبِّكَ فَاصْبِرْ, and for the sake of your Rabb, endure patiently. As to how this patience, this perseverance is going to lead for you to grow. And that's what your Rabb, the grower, your evolver, wants. فَإِذَا نُقِرَ فِي النَّاقُورِ, so when the trumpet is blown, فَذَلِكَ يَوْمَئِذٍ يَوْمٌ عَسِيرٌ, that is going to be a very hard day. عَلَى الْكَافِرِينَ غَيْرُ يَسِيرٌ, especially for the disbelievers. Not easy. ذَرْنِي وَمَنْ خَلَقْتُ وَحِيدًا, let me be, leave me alone with the one that I created alone. Allah says, وَجَعَلْتُ لَهُ مَالًا مَمْدُودًا, I granted him abundant wealth. So Walid bin Mughira, the particular addressee, or the one being referred to in these ayat. وَبَنِينَ شُهُودًا, and sons present with him. Khalid bin Walid is just one example of them. So many others. And the stature of Walid bin Mughira. وَمَهَدْتُ لَهُ تَمْهِيدًا, I made his life smooth and comfortable. ثُمَّ يَطْمَعُ أَنْ أَزِيدُ, yet he desires that I should give him more. كَلَّا, no way. إِنَّهُ كَانَ لِآيَاتِنَا عَنِيدًا, without a doubt he's been stubborn towards our ayat. سَإِرْهُقِهُ سَعُودًا, and I will cover him with a huge torment. إِنَّهُ فَكَّرَ وَقَدَّرَ, he thought and deliberated. That when Walid bin Mughira is presented with the call of the Qur'an, and there's a council, a meeting going on, Abu Jahl's there, all of Quraysh are there, what do we do about this Muhammad? What do we do about this Qur'an? What's going on? Etc., etc. Walid bin Mughira is like, okay, let me think about it. He's one of their intellectuals. And he's like, okay, fair, give me a chance, let me think about it. So he thought and deliberated. فَقُتِلَ كَيْفَ قَدَّرَ, so may he perish how he deliberated. His conclusion was already pre-drawn. There is nothing wrong with reflection or thinking, but he was reflecting and thinking as to how he can prove his preconceived conclusion. I have to say Muhammad is wrong. How do I do that? That's not thinking. That's not planning. You're not really thinking about whether you believe in this or not. You're just thinking about how do I disbelieve in this? You've already sabotaged the entire process. It's fake thinking. It's fake reflection. is deceptive. قُتِلَ كَيْفَ قَدَّرَ. So may he perish how he deliberated. ثُمَّ قُتِلَ كَيْفَ قَدَّرَ. Then again, may he perish for how he deliberated. ثُمَّ نَظَرَ. Then he looked around. ثُمَّ عَبَسَ وَبَصَرَ. Then he frowned and scowled. ثُمَّ أَدْبَرَ وَاسْتَكْبَرَ. Then he turned his back and was arrogant. فَقَالَ إِنْ هَذَا إِلَّا سِحْرٌ يُؤْثَرُ. He said, this is nothing more than magic handed down from old times. So he was being told, is this poetry? He's like, no, this is not poetry. I know poetry, this is no poetry. Like, is this, he's a soothsayer? No, I know soothsayer is not him. He's like, Majnoon? No, I know people who are afflicted, that's not him. Finally, he says, okay, so the other people started thinking, okay, he's gone. He's becoming a believer. He becomes a believer, we've lost it. And so they start applying their pressure. Finally, he says, magic. Let's call it magic. In hada illa qawl al-bashar. This is nothing but the word of a human being. That is what they had to establish. Word of a human being, not the word of Allah. How do we do it? We're being put under pressure because we keep coming up with contradictory statements. At least let's all come to a unanimous conclusion. And so this was his opinion. So slihi saqar, I will drive him into saqar. وَمَا أَدْرَاكَ مَا saqar. What do you understand? How can you know what this saqar is? لَا تُبْقِي وَلَا تَذَرْ. It doesn't leave anything, but it doesn't let anything survive either. لواحة للبشر. It will blacken the skins. عليها 19. Over it are 19 angels. وما جعلنا أصحاب النار إلا ملائكة. And we have appointed none other than angels as keepers of the fire. وما جعلنا عدتهم إلا فتنة للذين كفروا. And we have made their number just as a trial for the disbelievers. ليستيقن. So they started saying, 19, I can take 19. I'll take 5 of them. You can take 4 of them, and we got this covered. لِيَسْتَيْقِنَ الَّذِينَ أُوتُوا الْكِتَابَ. So that the people of the book may be convinced that there's some indication of this with them as well. وَيَزْدَادَ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا إِيمَانًا. And the believers may go firm in faith. وَلَا يَرْتَابَ الَّذِينَ أُوتُوا الْكِتَابَ وَالْمُؤْمِنُونَ. The people of the book and the believers have no doubt. وَلِيَقُولَ الَّذِينَ فِي قُلُوبِهِمْ مَرَضٌ وَالْكَافِرُونَ. And those with the disease in their hearts and the disbelievers may say, مَاذَا أَرَادَ اللَّهُ بِهَذَا مَثَلًا. What could Allah intend by such an example? 19 angels. كَذَلِكَ يُضِلُّ اللَّهُ مَن يَشَاءُ وَيَهْدِي مَن يَشَاءُ. That is how Allah misguides whoever He wants and guides whoever He wants. وَمَا يَعْلَمُ جُنُودَ رَبِّكَ إِلَّا هُ. And no one knows the soldiers of your Rabb except He Himself. وَمَا هِيَ إِلَّا ذِكْرَى لِلْبَشَرِ. And this is nothing but a reminder to mankind. وَآخِرُ دَعْوَانَا أَنِ الْحَمْدُ لِلَّهِ رَبِّ الْعَالَمِينَ.
الله أكبر. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحاقة ما الحاقة وما أدراك ما الحاقة. كذبت ثمود وعاد بالقارعة. فأما ثمود فأهلكوا بالطاغية وأما عاد فأهلكوا بريح صرصر عاتية سخرها عليهم 7 ليال و8 أيام حسوما فترى القوم فيها صرعى كأنهم أعجاز نخل خاوية فهل ترى لهم من باقية. وجاء فرعون ومن قبله والمؤتفكات بالخاطئة فعصوا رسول ربهم فأخذهم أخذة رابية. إنا لما طغى الماء حملناكم في الجارية لنجعلها لكم تذكرة وتعيها أذن واعية. فإذا نفخ في الصور نفخة واحدة وحملت الأرض والجبال فدكتا دكة واحدة فيومئذ وقعت الواقعة وانشقت السماء فهي يومئذ واهية والملك على أرجائها ويحمل عرش ربك فوقهم يومئذ 8. يومئذ تعرضون لا تخفى منكم خافية. فأما من أوتي كتابه بيمينه فيقول هاؤم اقرءوا كتابيه إني ظننت أني ملاق حسابيه فهو في عيشة راضية في جنة عالية قطوفها دانية كلوا واشربوا هنيئا بما أسلفتم في الأيام الخالية. وأما من أوتي كتابه بشماله فيقول يا ليتني لم أوت كتابيه ولم أدر ما حسابيه يا ليتها كانت القاضية ما أغنى عني ماليه هلك عني سلطانيه خذوه فغلوه ثم الجحيم صلوه ثم في سلسلة زرعها 70 ذراعا فاسلكوه إنه كان لا يؤمن بالله العظيم ولا يحض على طعام المسكين فليس له اليوم هاهنا حميم ولا طعام إلا من غسلين لا يأكله إلا الخاطئون. فلا أقسم بما تبصرون وما لا تبصرون إنه لقول رسول كريم وما هو بقول شاعر قليلا ما تؤمنون ولا بقول كاهن قليلا ما تذكرون تنزيل من رب العالمين. ولو تقول علينا بعض الأقاويل لأخذنا منه باليمين ثم لقطعنا منه الوتين فما منكم من أحد عنه حاجزين. وإنه لتذكرة للمتقين وإنا لنعلم أن منكم مكذبين وإنه لحسرة على الكافرين وإنه لحق اليقين فسبح باسم ربك العظيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سأل سائل بعذاب واقع للكافرين ليس له دافع من الله ذي المعارج. تعرج الملائكة والروح إليه في يوم كان مقداره 50,000 سنة فاصبر صبرا جميلا إنهم يرونه بعيدا ونراه قريبا. يوم تكون السماء كالمهل وتكون الجبال كالعهن ولا يسأل حميم حميما. يبصرونهم يود المجرم لو يفتدي من عذاب يومئذ ببنيه وصاحبته وأخيه وفصيلته التي تؤويه ومن في الأرض جميعا ثم ينجي. كلا إنها لظى نزاعة للشوى تدعو من أدبر وتولى وجمع فأوعى إن الإنسان خلق هلوعا إذا مسه الشر جزوعا وإذا مسه الخير منوعا إلا المصلين الذين هم على صلاتهم دائمون والذين في أموالهم حق معلوم للسائل والمحروم والذين يصدقون بيوم الدين والذين هم من عذاب ربهم مشفقون إن عذاب ربهم غير مأمون. والذين هم لفروجهم حافظون إلا على أزواجهم أو ما ملكت أيمانهم فإنهم غير ملومين فمن ابتغى وراء ذلك فأولئك هم العادون. والذين هم لأماناتهم وعهدهم راعون والذين هم بشهاداتهم قائمون والذين هم على صلاتهم يحافظون أولئك في جنات مكرمون. فما للذين كفروا قبلك مهطعين عن اليمين وعن الشمال عزين أيطمع كل امرئ منهم أن يدخل جنة نعيم كلا إنا خلقناهم مما يعلمون فلا أقسم برب المشارق والمغارب إنا لقادرون على أن نبدل خيرا منهم وما نحن بمسبوقين فذرهم يخوضوا ويلعبوا حتى يلاقوا يومهم الذي يوعدون يوم يخرجون من الأجداث سراعا كأنهم إلى نصب يوفضون خاشعة أبصارهم ترهقهم ذلة ذلك اليوم الذي كانوا يوعدون. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إنا أرسلنا نوحا إلى قومه أن أنذر قومك من قبل أن يأتيهم عذاب أليم. قال يا قوم إني لكم نذير مبين أن اعبدوا الله واتقوه وأطيعون يغفر لكم من ذنوبكم ويؤخركم إلى أجل مسمى إن أجل الله إذا جاء لا يؤخر لو كنتم تعلمون. قال رب إني دعوت قومي ليلا ونهارا فلم يزدهم دعائي إلا فرارا وإني كلما دعوتهم لتغفر لهم جعلوا أصابعهم في آذانهم واستغشوا ثيابهم وصروا واستكبروا استكبارا ثم إني دعوتهم جهارا ثم إني أعلنت لهم وأسررت لهم إسرارا فقلت استغفروا ربكم إنه كان غفارا يرسل السماء عليكم مدرارا ويمددكم بأموال وبنين ويجعل لكم جنات ويجعل لكم أنهارا ما لكم لا ترجون لله وقارا وقد خلقكم أطوارا ألم تروا كيف خلق الله 7 سماوات طباقا وجعل القمر فيهن نورا وجعل الشمس سراجا والله أنبتكم من الأرض نباتا ثم يعيدكم فيها ويخرجكم إخراجا والله جعل لكم الأرض بساطا لتسلكوا منها سبلا فجاجا. قال نوح رب إنهم عصوني واتبعوا من لم يزده ماله وولده إلا خسارا ومكروا مكرا كبارا وقالوا لا تذرن آلهتكم ولا تذرن ودا ولا سواعا ولا يغوث ويعوق ونسرا وقد أضلوا كثيرا ولا تزد الظالمين إلا ضلالا مما خطيئاتهم أغرقوا فأدخلوا نارا فلم يجدوا لهم من دون الله أنصارا وقال نوح رب لا تذر على الأرض من الكافرين ديارا إنك إن تذرهم يضلوا عبادك ولا يلدوا إلا فاجرا كفارا رب اغفر لي ولوالدي ولمن دخل بيتي مؤمنا وللمؤمنين والمؤمنات ولا تزد الظالمين إلا تبارا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل أوحي إلي أنه استمع نفر من الجن فقالوا إنا سمعنا قرآنا عجبا يهدي إلى الرشد فآمنا به ولن نشرك بربنا أحدا وأنه تعالى جد ربنا ما اتخذ صاحبة ولا ولدا وأنه كان يقول سفيهنا على الله شططا وأنا ظننا أن لن تقول الإنس والجن على الله كذبا وأنه كان رجال من الإنس يعوذون برجال من الجن فزادوهم رهقا وأنهم ظنوا كما ظننتم أن لن يبعث الله أحدا وأنا لمسنا السماء فوجدناها مليت حرسا شديدا وشهبا وأنا كنا نقعد منها مقاعد للسمع فمن يستمع الآن يجد له شهابا رصدا وأنا لا ندري أشر أريد بمن في الأرض أم أراد بهم ربهم رشدا وأنا منا الصالحون ومنا دون ذلك كنا طرائق قددا وأنا ظننا أن لن نعجز الله في الأرض ولن نعجزه هربا وأنا لما سمعنا الهدى آمنا به فمن يؤمن بربه فلا يخاف بخسا ولا رهقا وأنا منا المسلمون ومنا القاسطون فمن أسلم فأولئك تحروا رشدا وأما القاسطون فكانوا لجهنم حطبا وأن لو استقاموا على الطريقة لأسقيناهم ماء غدقا لنفتنهم فيه ومن يعرض عن ذكر ربه يسلكه عذابا صعدا وأن المساجد لله فلا تدعوا مع الله أحدا وأنه لما قام عبد الله يدعوه كادوا يكونون عليه لبدا قل إنما أدعو ربي ولا أشرك به أحدا قل إني لا أملك لكم ضرا ولا رشدا قل إني لن يجيرني من الله أحد ولن أجد من دونه ملتحدا إلا بلاغا من الله ورسالاته ومن يعص الله ورسوله فإن له نار جهنم خالدين فيها أبدا حتى إذا رأوا ما يوعدون فسيعلمون من أضعف ناصرا وأقل عددا قل إن أدري أقريب ما توعدون أم يجعل له ربي أمدا عالم الغيب فلا يظهر على غيبه أحدا إلا من ارتضى من رسول فإنه يسلك من بين يديه ومن خلفه رصدا ليعلم أن قد أبلغوا رسالات ربهم وأحاط بما لديهم وأحصى كل شيء عددا. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. الله أكبر. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها المزمل قم الليل إلا قليلا نصفه أو انقص منه قليلا أو زد عليه ورتل القرآن ترتيلا. إنا سنلقي عليك قولا ثقيلا. إن ناشئة الليل هي أشد وطئا وأقوم قيلا. إن لك في النهار سبحا طويلا. واذكر اسم ربك وتبتل إليه تبتيلا. رب المشرق والمغرب لا إله إلا هو فاتخذه وكيلا. واصبر على ما يقولون واهجرهم هجرا جميلا. وذرني والمكذبين أولي النعمة ومهلهم قليلا. إن لدينا أنكالا وجحيما وطعاما ذا غصة وعذابا أليما. يوم ترجف الأرض والجبال وكانت الجبال كثيبا مهيلا. إنا أرسلنا إليكم رسولا شاهدا عليكم كما أرسلنا إلى فرعون رسولا. فعصى فرعون الرسول فأخذناه أخذا وبيلا. فكيف تتقون إن كفرتم يوما يجعل الولدان شيبا. السماء منفطر به كان وعده مفعولا. إن هذه تذكرة فمن شاء اتخذ إلى ربه سبيلا. إن ربك يعلم أنك تقوم أدنى من ثلثي الليل ونصفه وثلثه وطائفة من الذين معك والله يقدر الليل والنهار. علم أن لن تحصوه فتاب عليكم فاقرؤوا ما تيسر من القرآن. علم أن سيكون منكم مرضى وآخرون يضربون في الأرض يبتغون من فضل الله وآخرون يقاتلون في سبيل الله فاقرؤوا ما تيسر منه وأقيموا الصلاة وآتوا الزكاة وأقرضوا الله قرضا حسنا. وما تقدموا لأنفسكم من خير تجدوه عند الله هو خيرا وأعظم أجرا. واستغفروا الله إن الله غفور رحيم. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها المدثر قم فأنذر وربك فكبر وثيابك فطهر والرجز فاهجر ولا تمنن تستكثر ولربك فاصبر فإذا نقر في الناقور فذلك يومئذ يوم عسير على الكافرين غير يسير. ذرني ومن خلقت وحيدا وجعلت له مالا ممدودا وبنين شهودا ومهدت له تمهيدا ثم يطمع أن أزيد كلا إنه كان لآياتنا عنيدا سأرهقه صعودا إنه فكر وقدر فقتل كيف قدر ثم قتل كيف قدر ثم نظر ثم عبس وبسر ثم أدبر واستكبر فقال إن هذا إلا سحر يؤثر إن هذا إلا قول البشر سأصليه سقر وما أدراك ما سقر لا تبقي ولا تذر لواحة للبشر عليها 19 وما جعلنا أصحاب النار إلا ملائكة وما جعلنا عدتهم إلا فتنة للذين كفروا ليستيقن الذين أوتوا الكتاب ويزداد الذين آمنوا إيمانا ولا يرتاب الذين أوتوا الكتاب والمؤمنون وليقول الذين في قلوبهم مرض والكافرون ماذا أراد الله بهذا مثلا كذلك يضل الله من يشاء ويهدي من يشاء وما يعلم جنود ربك إلا هو وما هي إلا ذكرى للبشر كلا والقمر والليل إذ أدبر والصبح إذا أسفر إنها لإحدى الكبر نذيرا للبشر لمن شاء منكم أن يتقدم أو يتأخر كل نفس بما كسبت رهينة إلا أصحاب اليمين في جنات يتساءلون عن المجرمين ما سلككم في سقر قالوا لم نك من المصلين ولم نك نطعم المسكين وكنا نخوض مع الخائضين وكنا نكذب بيوم الدين حتى أتانا اليقين فما تنفعهم شفاعة الشافعين فما لهم عن التذكرة معرضين كأنهم حمر مستنفرة فرت من قسورة بل يريد كل امرئ منهم أن يؤتى صحفا منشرة كلا بل لا يخافون الآخرة كلا إنه تذكرة فمن شاء ذكره وما يذكرون إلا أن يشاء الله هو أهل التقوى وأهل المغفرة. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. الله अभी इंशाअल्लाह इसको ऑन रहने दें. 10 से 12 मिनट की इंशाअल्लाह सिर्फ ब्रेक है. 12:30 पे इंशाअल्लाह हम दोबारा सेशन शुरू कर देंगे. मेरी ख्वाहिश भी है, मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है आपसे, आप प्लीज़ टाइम पे ज़रूर चेयर्स पे वापस आ जाइए. इससे ज़्यादा हम लेट नहीं कर सकेंगे. 12:30 पे इंशाअल्लाह सेशन स्टार्ट हो जाएगा.
लोग कहेंगे हज़ारों ख्वाहिशें ऐसी हैं.
My name is Abiha and I will sing a poem for you. ذلك الكتاب لا ريب فيه هدى للمتقين सिर्फ कुरान है सिर्फ कुरान है सिर्फ कुरान है सिर्फ कुरान है रब का नौए बशर पर जो एहसान है हर मुसलमान का जिस पे ईमान है खालिक के बहरोबर का ये फरमान है जिसमें रुश्द व हिदायत का सामान है सिर्फ कुरान है सिर्फ कुरान है सिर्फ कुरान है सिर्फ कुरान है सरवरे अंबिया पर जो नाजिल हुआ आदमी जिस अमानत का हामिल हुआ जिससे आसान हर कार्य मुश्किल हुआ वो कि जिसका मुखातिब हर इंसान है सिर्फ कुरान है सिर्फ कुरान है सिर्फ कुरान है सिर्फ कुरान है हर्फ जिसके हैं सब मोहतरम मोतबर जिसकी तफसीर है ज़ाते खैरुल बशर राबरों का है जो आज भी राहबर मुस्तकिल रोशनी जिसका उन्वान है सिर्फ कुरान है सिर्फ कुरान है सिर्फ कुरान है सिर्फ कुरान है एक रुश्द व हिदायत है मंशूर है ज़िंदगी का मुकम्मल जो दस्तूर है उर्फ़ ता हुर्फ़ जो नूर ही नूर है जिसका फरमान खालिद का फरमान है सिर्फ कुरान है सिर्फ कुरान है सिर्फ कुरान है सिर्फ कुरान है इसको पढ़ना सवाब इसको सुनना सवाब ये किताब आखिरी है खुदा की किताब इसका पैगाम है इनकलाब इनकलाब छोड़कर जिसको इंसान परेशान है सिर्फ कुरान है सिर्फ कुरान है सिर्फ कुरान है सिर्फ कुरान है रब का नौए बशर पर जो एहसान है हर मुसलमान का जिस पे ईमान है सिर्फ कुरान है सिर्फ कुरान है सिर्फ कुरान है सिर्फ कुरान है इसको पढ़ना सवाब इसको सुनना सवाब ये किताब आखिरी है खुदा की किताब इसका पैगाम है इनकलाब इनकलाब छोड़कर जिसको इंसान परेशान है सिर्फ कुरान है सिर्फ कुरान है सिर्फ कुरान है सिर्फ कुरान है Thank you.
I'm gonna recite some few ayahs of Surah Mulk. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم تبارك الذي بيده الملك وهو على كل شيء قدير الذي خلق الموت والحياة ليبلوكم أيكم أحسن عملا وهو اللطيف الخبير الذي خلق 7 سماوات طباقا ما ترى في خلق الرحمن من تفاوت فارجع البصر هل ترى من فتور ثم ارجع البصر كرتين ينقلب إليك البصر خاسئا وهو حسير ولقد كذب الذين من قبلهم فكيف كان نذير
नहीं अब टाइम नहीं है जल्दी 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 करो जल्दी करो
Muharram.
एक सेकंड अस्सलाम वालेकुम if everyone can please return to their seats we're beginning
Muharram, Safar, Rabiul Awwal, Rabiul Thani. These are the months in Islam. Jamalul Ula, Jamalul Ukhra, Rajab and Shawwal. Ramadan, Ramadan, Ramadan and Shawwal. Zulqa'dah and Zulhijjah. These are the months in Islam.
आने कुछ पढ़ना है आ जाओ नहीं okay all right bismillah alhamdulillah alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in I am the destroyer of pleasures Settle down, people. Before I start diagnosing you with ADHD and treating you with for psychosis, I have the license to inject antipsychotics and knock you out for the next 3 days. I'm not kidding. Okay, so continuing. If you let me. As they grow older, we reverse them in creation. They become grade 1 children. Okay. Second ruku', أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. كلا والقمر. No, by the moon, والليل إذ أدبر, by the night when it departs. 600 years between Isa alayhi salam and Muhammad Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam, and that time period being possibly depicted as the night time, which was guided, the guidance or the light therein was like a moon, and the stars But when it departs, وَالصُّبْحِ إِذَا أَسْفَرَ, by the morning when it brightens, the coming of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam with the Qur'an as the dawn of the final era. إِنَّهَا لَإِحْدَى الْكُبَرِ, definitely it is one of the greatest things. This is a big deal, the coming of the Qur'an and Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. نَذِيرًا لِلْبَشَرِ, a warner, as a warning to mankind. لِمَنْ شَاءَ مِنْكُمْ أَنْ يَتَقَدَّمَ أَوْ يَتَأَخَّرَ, to anyone who wants. Again, the human beings have to make this choice to proceed or stay behind. أَنْ يَتَقَدَّمَ أَوْ يَتَأَخَّرَ. Abu Bakr radiallahu ta'ala chose to proceed. Abu Jahl chose to remain behind. كُلُّ نَفْسٍ بِمَا كَسَبَتْ رَهِينَ. Every individual is held responsible for what he earned through his deeds. إِلَّا أَصْحَابَ الْيَمِينَ, except the people of the right hand. فِي جَنَّاتٍ, in gardens, يَتَسَاءَلُونَ, questioning each other. عَنِ الْمُجْرِمِينَ, about the criminals. مَا سَلَكَكُمْ فِي سَقَرٍ, what brought you into this saqar? Questioning the people in Jahannam. قَالُوا لَمْ نَكُ مِنَ الْمُصَلِّينَ, they said, we weren't of those who prayed. وَلَمْ نَكُ نُطْعِمُ الْمِسْكِينَ, nor did we used to feed the poor. وَكُنَّا نَخُوضُ مَعَ الْخَائِضِينَ, we used to join those who engaged in vain talk, in discussions, in talking, but talk and discussion that was useless, that had no practical output, that was for the sake of its own self, that you thought you were doing engaged in some great intellectual activity. You were engaged in some really, you were having insights and sharing insights, but it had no practical outcome. Not in your life, not in your society. وَكُنَّا نُكَذِّبُ بِيَوْمِ الدِّينِ, and we used to deny the day of recompensation, حَتَّى أَتَانَا الْيَقِينَ, until there came to us the certainty of death. فَمَا تَنْفَعُهُمْ شَفَاعَةُ الشَّافِعِينَ, so the intercession of the intercessors will be of no benefit to them. فَمَا لَهُمْ عَنِ التَّذْكِرَةِ مُعْرِضِينَ, so what's wrong with them? Why do they turn away from the reminder? كَأَنَّهُمْ حُمُرٌ مُسْتَنْفِرَةٌ, as if they are frightened donkeys. فَرَّتْ مِنْ قَسْوَرَةٍ, fleeing from a lion. بَلْ يُرِيدُ كُلُّ امْرِئٍ مِّنْهُمْ, rather each of them desires, and yu'ta suhufan munashshara, that he be given scriptures spread about. Rather than Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, they want that they be given revelation. Kalla, no way. Bal la yakhafun al-akhirah, in fact they don't fear the hereafter. Kalla, no. Innahu tadhkira, for sure this is a reminder. Faman sha'a dhakara, whoever wants will remember it. وَمَا يَذْكُرُونَ إِلَّا أَن يَشَاءَ اللَّهُ, and they will not remember if Allah wills. هُوَ أَهْلُ التَّقْوَى وَأَهْلُ الْمَغْفِرَةِ, he is worthy of taqwa and the one who forgives, the source of forgiveness. La, no way. أُقْسِمُ بِيَوْمِ الْقِيَامَةِ, I swear by the day of resurrection. So there's these conceptions that you have about the day of judgment. It's going to happen, it's not going to happen. How are we going to be raised up again? And what about all of what about everything that goes around with respect to the intercession? We're going to be resurrected, but we will be interceded for. We're Allah's favorites. We're this, we're that. No. All of those conceptions of hereafter, no. أُقْسِمُ بِيَوْمِ الْقِيَامَةِ, I swear by the day of resurrection itself. وَلَا, and no. أُقْسِمُ بِالنَّفْسِ اللَّوَّامَةِ, I swear by the human conscience, the self-reproaching spirit, that within the human being there is this sense that gets to him, that the guilt that catches up with him, that whenever there is a sin that you feel bad about it, that feeling that comes from within, that of feeling bad. This is you experiencing an evidence of akhirah, of the day of judgment within yourself. Because what is that telling you? That you're responsible and that you can do better. And so if you're responsible, then you're accountable. And that accountability is what that day is all about. أَيَحْسَبُ الْإِنسَانُ أَلَّن نَجْمَعَ عِظَامَهُ, does man think we cannot reassemble his bones? بَلَا قَادِرِينَ عَلَىٰ أَن نُسَوِّيَ بَنَانَهُ, of course, we are capable to proportion the very tips of his finger. بَلْ يُرِيدُ الْإِنسَانُ لِيَفْجُرَ أَمَامَهُ, but man intends to continue sins. They say that they have this reason or that reason why they can't believe in the day of judgment. In fact, Allah exposes their reasons that they want to continue sinning the way they are. They're just their habits. They don't want to change them. and those habits just happen to be those of evil. يَسْأَلُ أَيَّانَ يَوْمُ الْقِيَامَةِ. They ask, when is this day of resurrection going to be? فَإِذَا بَرِقَ الْبَصَرُ. When the eyes will be dazed. وَخَسَفَ الْقَمَرُ. And the moon darkens. وَجُمِعَ الشَّمْسُ وَالْقَمَرُ. And the sun and the moon are joined. يَقُولُ الْإِنسَانُ يَوْمَئِذٍ أَيْنَ الْمَفَرُ. That day man will cry, where is the escape? كَلَّا لَا وَزَرْ. No, there will be no refuge at all. إِلَىٰ رَبِّكَ يَوْمَئِذٍ الْمُسْتَقَرُ. Towards your Rabb alone is the permanent resort that day. You're being given an option to turn to Him today, to take your pathway towards your Rabb. On that day, and today you're asking the question, when is this day of judgment going to happen? I don't really believe in it. I have this issue with it. I have that issue with it. On that day, the question will be very different. The question will be, where do I find refuge? Where can I hide? إِلَىٰ رَبِّكَ يَوْمَئِذٍ الْمُسْتَقَرُ. يُنَبَّأُ الْإِنسَانُ بِيَوْمَئِذٍ بِمَا قَدَّمَ وَأَخَّرَ. That day, the man will be informed, the human being will be informed about all that he used to do, whatever he put forward, whatever he left behind, whatever he prioritized as that which was most important for him, that the majority of his life or everything about him was directed towards, and that which was utterly neglected, that which was ignored, that which was the least important. بَلِ الْإِنسَانُ عَلَى نَفْسِهِ بَصِيرًا. In fact, man himself is a witness against himself. وَلَوْ أَلْقَى مَعَاذِيرًا. Even though he renders his excuses, لَا تُحَرِّكْ بِهِ لِسَانَكَ لِتَعْجَلَ بِهِ. So Ya Rasulullah, do not move your tongue swiftly to hasten with it. So the earlier revelation, the Messenger ﷺ, the responsibility that he feels about akhirah, so overbearing, he doesn't want to leave anything undone. He doesn't want to leave any stone unturned, or doesn't want anything to fall on him, that I shouldn't have any shortcoming, especially with respect to learning the Qur'an, especially with respect to communicating the message of the Qur'an. So when Jibreel is reciting or revealing to him the Qur'an, he is repeating it so as not to forget it. Allah says, no, you don't have to do that. Inna alayna jam'ahu wa qur'ana. It is upon us, our responsibility, to bring it together and make you recite it. فَإِذَا قَرَأْنَاهُ. So when we recite it through Jibreel, فَاتَّبِعْ قُرْآنَ. Then follow its recitation. ثُمَّ إِنَّ عَلَيْنَا بَيَانَ. Then it is our responsibility to explain it. كَلَّا بَلْ تُحِبُّونَ الْعَاجِلَةَ. No, in fact, you love the fleeting, that which is immediately in front of you. So now, the Messenger ﷺ's haste with the Qur'an being checked, that even haste with respect to the Qur'an is not appreciated, that you have to take it in a measured way, in a balanced way, giving it its time that is necessary. And that then being expanded to the hastiness of human beings in general, as to how that has become the primary way they lead their lives, in haste, looking for everything in the here and now, to gratify themselves immediately. And that being the second reason why they end up rejecting the hereafter. First reason, persistent in habits of sin. Second reason, immediate gratification. And so, you love that immediate gratification, وَتَذَرُونَ الْآخِرَةِ, and you neglect the hereafter. The consequences of what that immediate gratification will hold for you. You enjoy it there and then, it's awesome, and you don't even feel the pain of it. It's like diabetes. You're enjoying it, you love it, it's sweet, but in a few decades it catches up with you. And that's dunya and akhirah. You enjoy it, you party, you're getting a kick out of exploiting and whatever, ignoring of your responsibilities and eat, sleep, repeat routine, but eventually it'll catch up with you. And when it catches up in the akhirah, that's it. وَتَذَرُونَ الْآخِرَةِ وُجُوهٌ يَوْمَئِذٍ نَاظِرَةٌ. Faces that day will be radiant. إِلَىٰ رَبِّهَا نَاظِرَةٌ. Looking towards their Rabb. وَوُجُوهٌ يَوْمَئِذٍ بَاصِرَةٌ. But many faces will be sad and gloomy. تَظُنُّ أَن يُفْعَلَ بِهَا فَاقِرَةٌ. Expecting a back-breaking treatment, that a back-breaking calamity will befall them. كَلَّا إِذَا بَلَغَتِ التَّرَاقِي. No, when man's soul reaches his throat, when he's about to die. So the third, the day of judgment being sketched, we saw in the beginning of the surah, and now the death of the human being. مَنْ مَاتَ قَدْ قَامَتْ قِيَامَتُهُ. Whoever dies, his qiyamah is there. You want to know when the day of judgment is going to happen? When you die. That's it. It doesn't matter how long it takes the rest of humanity. You're there. وَقِيلَ مَنْ رَاقٍ, and there will be a cry. Is there a magician? وَظَنَّ أَنَّهُ الْفِرَاقِ, but he knows it's the time to go. وَالْتَفَّتِ السَّاقُ بِالسَّاقِ, when one leg will twist around the other. إِلَى رَبِّكَ يَوْمَئِذٍ الْمَسَاقِ, towards your Rabb alone, that day is the procession. فَلَا صَدَّقَ وَلَا صَلَّى, but neither did he accept the truth, nor did he pray. وَلَكِنْ كَذَّبَ وَتَوَلَّى, on the contrary, he denied and turned away. ثُمَّ ذَهَبَ إِلَى أَهْلِهِ يَتَمَطَّى, moreover, he walked to his people proud, admiring himself. The other reason, stubbornness, arrogance, conceit. That's why they're not accepting akhirah. They're asking this question and that question. No. Persistence in sin, impulsivity, and arrogance. أَوْلَى لَكَ فَأَوْلَى, nearer to you and ever nearer. ثُمَّ أَوْلَى لَكَ فَأَوْلَى, even more nearer and yet nearer. أَيَحْسَبُ الْإِنسَانُ أَن يُتْرَكَ سُدًى, does man assume he will be left aimless, meaningless, do whatever he wants to, and that's it? Alam yakun nutfatan min maniyyin yumna, was he not a drop of emitted sperm? Thumma kana alaqa, then he turned to be a leech-like mass, clinging. فَخَلَقَ فَسَوَّى, then Allah created him and brought him to perfection. So all of that step-by-step progression of the human being, from being that pathetic sperm drop to being so meticulously planned, lovingly cared for, nourished, and brought into this strong, mature being. It's all for nothing. So you do whatever you want to, this just the way a cow does, just the way a pig does, and it'll be of no consequence. فَجَعَلَ مِنْهُ الزَّوْجَيْنِ الذَّكَرَ وَالْأُنْثَى, then he made him either of the two genders, male and the female. أَلَيْسَ ذَلِكَ بِقَادِرٍ عَلَىٰ أَن يُحْيِيَ الْمَوْتَى, so is that Rabb, the one who did all of that, is he not capable of giving life to the dead? Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. هَلْ أَتَى عَلَى الْإِنسَانِ حِينٌ مِّنَ الدَّهْرِ, has there not passed a time over man, لَمْ يَكُنْ شَيْئًا مَذْكُورًا, when he was not even anything worth mentioning? What was the previous surah's end? إِنَّا خَلَقْنَا الْإِنسَانَ مِن نُطْفَةٍ أَمْشَاجٍ, we created man from a mixed drop of fluids, نَبْتَلِيهِ, so that we can give him opportunities to become better than who he is. Test him. Again, inadequate in the representation of what bala or nabtali represents, that each period or each suffering or predicament, situation that a human being is confronted with is an opportunity to grow. Painful, but an opportunity to grow nevertheless. So we can see, فَجَعَلْنَاهُ سَمِيعًا بَصِيرًا, so we made him hearing and seeing, the faculties through which lessons can be learned, knowledge can be acquired, decisions can be made. إِنَّا هَدَيْنَاهُ السَّبِيلَ, and we have guided him to the way, إِمَّا شَاكِرًا وَإِمَّا كَفُورًا, whether he becomes grateful or ungrateful. That endowed within the human being is this capacity to recognize right from wrong, and to see if he lives up to that and is grateful for his creation. إِنَّا أَعْتَدْنَا لِلْكَافِرِينَ سَلَاسِلَ وَأَغْلَالًا وَسَعِيرًا, and we have prepared for the disbelievers chains, shackles, and a blazing fire. That whether you choose to be grateful or ungrateful is not without consequence. If you're ungrateful, then chains, shackles, and blazing fire. إِنَّ الْأَبْرَارَ يَشْرَبُونَ مِنْ كَأْسٍ كَانَ مِزَاجُهَا كَافُورًا, and definitely the righteous will drink a cup of wine which contains a mixture of kafur. عَيْنًا يَشْرَبُ بِهَا عِبَادُ اللَّهِ, what is kafur? It is a spring which the ibad of Allah will be drinking from. يُفَجِّرُونَهَا تَفْجِيرًا, they will be able to draw it into small channels. So there's categories in heaven, and according to this, the abrar, the righteous people, but in the lower categories of heaven, they have this drink that has a flavor. Where does the flavor come from? The flavor comes from streams and rivers in a higher level of paradise, which the ibadullah are enjoying. So what the Lord paradise people only have a flavor for, they just got a little bit, a sliver, and that's just what makes their drink awesome. The higher levels have that in full supply. They have the source of it. يُفَجِّرُونَهَا تَفْجِيرًا, and they will be drawing it into channels. So they're taking those channels towards their own castles, were their dwelling. Yufuna bin nadr. Who are these people? They used to fulfill their vows. وَيَخَافُونَ يَوْمًا كَانَ شَرُّهُ مُسْتَطِيرًا. And they fear the day of widespread terror. وَيُطْعِمُونَ الطَّعَامَ عَلَى حُبِّهِ. And they give food in spite of having love for it. They desired it for themselves, yet they shared, yet they gave from it. Miskinan wa yatiman wa asira, to the poor, orphan, and captive. إِنَّمَا نُطْعِمُكُمْ لِوَجْهِ اللَّهِ, saying that we are feeding you for the sake of Allah. لَا نُرِيدُ مِنْكُمْ جَزَاءً وَلَا شُكُورًا. And we don't expect any compensation from you, not even thanks. إِنَّا نَخَافُ مِنْ رَبِّنَا يَوْمًا عَبُوسًا قَمْطَرِيرًا. And we fear from our Rabb a day which is austere and distressful. A day that you don't smile on that day. That's the kind of day the day of judgment is. فَوَقَاهُمُ اللَّهُ شَرَّ ذَلِكَ الْيَوْمِ. So Allah will save them from the evil of that day. وَلَقَّاهُمْ نَضْرَةً وَسُرُورًا. And He will bestow upon them radiance and joy. وَجَزَاهُمْ بِمَا صَبَرُوا جَنَّةً وَحَرِيرًا. And He will reward them for what they patiently endured with gardens and silk. مُتَّكِئِينَ فِيهَا عَلَى الْأَرَائِكِ. Reclining therein on adorned couches. لَا يَرَوْنَ فِيهَا شَمْسًا وَلَا زَمْهَرِيرًا. They will find therein neither the sun nor a biting cold. وَدَانِيَةً عَلَيْهِمْ ظِلَالُهَا. And right over them are its shades. وَذُلِّلَتْ قُطُوفُهَا تَذْلِيلًا. And clusters of fruits, Lord in compliance, ready to be picked. وَيُطَافُ عَلَيْهِمْ بِآنِيَةٍ مِّن فِضَّةٍ وَأَكْوَابٍ كَانَتْ قَوَارِيرًا. And silver dishes will be circulating among them, and goblets of crystal. قَوَارِيرَ مِن فِضَّةٍ. Crystal clear, made of silver. قَدَّرُوهَا تَقْدِيرًا. They will determine the measure thereof according to their wishes. وَيُسْقَوْنَ فِيهَا كَأْسًا. And they will be served therein a cup of wine. كَانَ مِزَاجُهَا زَنْجَبِيلًا. It will have a mixture of zanjabila, kind of ginger. عَيْنًا فِيهَا تُسَمَّى سَلْسَبِيلًا. And what is this? It's from a fountain named Salsabil. وَيَطُوفُ عَلَيْهِمْ وِلْدَانٌ مُخَلَّدُونَ. And they will be attended by boys graced with eternal youth. Something like Peter Pan. إِذَا رَأَيْتَهُمْ حَسِبْتَهُمْ لُؤْلُؤًا مَنْثُورًا. When you see them, they would seem like scattered pearls. وَإِذَا رَأَيْتَ ثَمَّ رَأَيْتَ نَعِيمًا وَمُلْكًا كَبِيرًا. And whenever you look, you will see blessings and a great kingdom. So each person in paradise is a king or a queen, ruling over their estate. عَالِيَهُمْ ثِيَابُ سُنْدُسٍ خُضْرٌ وَإِسْتَبْرَقٍ. Arrayed in green garments of fine silk and brocade. وَحُلُّوا أَسَاوِرَ مِنْ فِضَّةٍ. They will be adorned with bracelets of silver. وَسَقَاهُمْ رَبُّهُمْ شَرَابًا طَهُورًا. And their Rabb will present them a pure drink. Allah will live up to the highest standards of being a host in Jannah, that He pours for them and He gives them, presents them their drink. إِنَّ هَذَا كَانَ لَكُمْ جَزَاءً. And He says, this is all yours as a reward. وَكَانَ سَعْيُكُمْ. Your hard work, your effort, your struggle, your everything that you did, performed, has been appreciated. إِنَّا نَحْنُ نَزَّلْنَا عَلَيْكَ الْقُرْآنَ تَنزِيلًا. And it is us, we who have sent down the Qur'an to you, Ya Rasulullah, through a gradual revelation. فَاصْبِرْ لِحُكْمِ رَبِّكَ. So wait patiently for the judgment of your Rabb. وَلَا تُطِعْ مِنْهُمْ آثِمًا أَوْ كَفُورًا. Don't listen to them, from among them, any sinner or the one who is ungrateful. وَاذْكُرِ اسْمَ رَبِّكَ بُكْرَةً وَأَصِيلًا. And remember the name of your Rabb morning and evening. So the patience of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam on one side in front of the torment of the kuffar against him, and along with that the dhikr of Allah that allows for himself to hold his own, that allows for himself to not get overwhelmed by their reactions. وَمِنَ اللَّيْلِ فَاسْجُدْ لَهُ. And do sajda, perform sajda before Him during a part of the night. وَسَبِّحْهُ لَيْلًا طَوِيلًا. And exalts Him a long part of the night. إِنَّ هَؤُلَاءِ يُحِبُّونَ الْعَاجِلَةَ. These people, they love this fleeting life, the immediate in front of them. وَيَذَرُونَ وَرَاءَهُمْ يَوْمًا ثَقِيلًا. And they leave behind them a tough day. نَحْنُ خَلَقْنَاهُمْ وَشَدَدْنَا أَسْرَهُمْ. We created them and strengthened their forms. وَإِذَا شِئْنَا بَدَّلْنَا أَمْثَالَهُمْ تَبْدِيلًا. And whenever we want, we can substitute them completely, give them a new creation altogether, as in the hereafter. And like we said before, that you are not who you were a year ago. That most of you, every single one of you, physically, you're a different set of cells altogether. That this turnover is taking place every day. And so for it to take place on the Day of Judgment, what's so shocking about this? That you retain the same consciousness and memory and everything that you had, that stores your experiences and your awareness, but your body is completely different from what it was a few years ago. It is constantly changing. وَمَا تَشَاءُونَ إِنَّ هَذِهِ تَذْكِرَةٌ. Definitely this Qur'an is a reminder, an admonition. فَمَنْ شَاءَ اتَّخَذَ إِلَىٰ رَبِّهِ سَبِيلًا. Whoever wants, let him make his way to his Rabb. وَمَا تَشَاءُونَ إِلَّا أَن يَشَاءَ اللَّهُ. But you cannot will except if Allah wills. That your choice is dependent on Allah's choice. إِنَّ اللَّهَ كَانَ عَلِيمًا حَكِيمًا. And Allah has always been knowing and wise. So Allah's choice is based in His knowledge, in His wisdom, which will be a response to what you're doing, your attitude, that Allah will choose to guide or not to guide. So it is upon the human being, but then Allah sees if that human has proven by means of his earlier choices to be worthy of that guidance. يُدْخِلُ مَن يَشَاءُ فِي رَحْمَتِهِ. He admits whoever He wills into His mercy. وَالظَّالِمِينَ أَعَدَّ لَهُمْ عَذَابًا أَلِيمًا. As for the unjust people, He has prepared for them a painful punishment. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. وَالْمُرْسَلَاتِ عُرْفًا. By the winds set forth in gusts. فَالْعَاصِفَاتِ عَصْفًا. And by the raging hurricanes. وَالنَّاشِرَاتِ نَشْرًا. By the winds which scatter the clouds. فَالْفَارِقَاتِ فَرْقًا. And then by those that separate them completely. فَالْمُلْقِيَاتِ ذِكْرًا. And then those who deliver the reminder. So this may be talking about angels that deliver reminders, but then winds too deliver the reminder in that for sound waves to travel, it is a necessity that there is some atmosphere there. عُذْرًا أَوْ نُذْرًا. In order to remove the excuse and to warn. إِنَّمَا تُوعَدُونَ لَوَاقِعٌ. Whatever you are being promised is definitely going to happen. All of this bears witness to that. The entire structure of the winds and how purposefully they blow. They're not blowing randomly. Their blowing determines rain, which determines your food, which determines your life. And so what is your life for? That's for you to decide. And you making that for nothing is making a mockery of the creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and that Allah does not stand for, that He does not tolerate. فَإِذَا النُّجُومُ طُمِسَتْ. So when the stars lose their light, i.e. when they're done performing the function that they were supposed to perform, when it comes to an end. So the order, balance, and purposefulness you see in creation, along with its deadlines, the urgency that is created by an understanding, a recognition that everything comes to an end, and that the universe is carrying its own deadline within itself, programmed within itself as to how long it's going to continue. And the clock is ticking. And so when the stars lose their light, وَإِذَا السَّمَاءُ فُرِجَتْ, and when the heaven will cleave, وَإِذَا الْجِبَالُ نُصِفَتْ, and when the mountains are blown away, وَإِذَا الرُّسُلُ أُقِّتَتْ, and when the messenger's time has come, لِأَيِّ يَوْمٍ أُجِّلَتْ. For which day was all this deferred? لِيَوْمِ الْفَصْلِ, for the day of judgment. وَمَا أَدْرَاكَ مَا يَوْمُ الْفَصْلِ, and what can possibly make you understand what this day of judgment is? وَيْلٌ يَوْمَئِذٍ لِلْمُكَذِّبِينَ. Damn the deniers on that day. أَلَمْ نُهْلِكِ الْأَوَّلِينَ. Did we not destroy the ones before? ثُمَّ نُتْبِعُهُمُ الْآخِرِينَ. And then we will follow them with the latter ones. كَذَلِكَ نَفْعَلُ بِالْمُجْرِمِينَ. That is how we deal with the criminals. وَيْلٌ يَوْمَئِذٍ لِلْمُكَذِّبِينَ. So damn the deniers on that day. Wail is in quite literal terms, concretely, it symbolically within language, it represents a damning, a curse. And this is coming from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that He wants believers to reiterate for all times to come. But then how it will concretely manifest itself in Jahannam as an actual place from where the rest of Jahannam seeks refuge. That Jahannam seeks refuge from a part of itself, that's wail. أَلَمْ نَخْلُقكُم مِّن مَّاءٍ مَّهِينٍ. Did we not create you from a despicable fluid? فَجَعَلْنَاهُ فِي قَرَارٍ مَّكِينٍ. Then we placed you in a secure lodging, the wall of the uterus, where you were kept safe. إِلَى قَدَرٍ مَّعْلُومٍ. For a known period. فَقَدَرْنَا. Then we determined. فَنِعْمَ الْقَادِرُونَ. And how excellent are we to determine that it is precisely what you needed, what was necessary for you. Everything orchestrated for your benefit. وَيْلٌ يَوْمَئِذٍ لِلْمُكَذِّبِينَ. So damn the deniers on that day. أَلَمْ نَجْعَلِ الْأَرْضَ كِفَاتًا. Have we not made the earth a container for you? أَحْيَاءً وَأَمْوَاتًا. Of the living and the dead. وَجَعَلْنَا فِيهَا رَوَاسِيَ شَامِخَاتٍ. And we placed therein lofty, firmly set mountains. وَاسْقَيْنَاكُمْ مَاءً فُرَاتًا. And have given you to drink sweet water. وَيْلٌ يَوْمَئِذٍ لِلْمُكَذِّبِينَ. So damn the deniers on that day. انطَلِقُوا إِلَى مَا كُنْتُمْ بِهِ تُكَذِّبُونَ. So proceed to that which you have been denying. انطَلِقُوا إِلَى ظِلٍّ. Proceed to a shadow of smoke. ذِي ثَلَاثِ شُعَبٍ. Which has 3 columns. لَا ظَلِيلٍ وَلَا يُغْنِي مِنَ اللَّهَبِ. Not cool, not a shade, nor will it save from the fire. إِنَّهَا تَرْمِي بِشَرَرٍ كَالْقَصْرِ. It'll send up sparks like fortresses. كَأَنَّهُ جِمَالَةٌ صُفْرٌ. As if they are yellowish camels. So what we see in Jahannam, that there is water. So the person in Jahannam burning from the fire has this aspiration to go to the water, has this hope, but that it's boiling water filled with pus. So that hope is shattered. And so again, Jahannam heat, a lot of fire. There's these shades, these columns. So again, a hope. I'll find some coolness there. But gets there and it's even worse. So the generation of hope and then hope, that hope being destroyed, is a constant psychological torment that Jahannam ensures it persists. كَأَنَّهُ جِمَالَةٌ صُفْرٌ. As if they're yellowish black camels. That's how huge they're going to be. وَيْلٌ يَوْمَئِذٍ لِلْمُكَذِّبِينَ. Woe to the deniers. Damn the deniers that day. هَذَا يَوْمُ لَا يَنْطِقُونَ. That is the day when they will not speak. وَلَا يُؤْذَنُ لَهُمْ فَيَعْتَذِرُونَ. Nor will they be permitted to make any excuse. وَيْلٌ يَوْمَئِذٍ لِلْمُكَذِّبِينَ. Damn the deniers on that day. هَذَا يَوْمُ الْفَصْلِ. That is the day of judgment. جَمَعْنَاكُمْ وَالْأَوَّلِينَ. We have assembled you and all the former people. فَإِنْ كَانَ لَكُمْ كَيْدٌ فَكِيدُونَ. So if they have a plan, if you have a plan, then plan against me. وَيْلٌ يَوْمَئِذٍ لِلْمُكَذِّبِينَ. Damn the deniers that day. إِنَّ الْمُتَّقِينَ فِي ظِلَالٍ وَعُيُونٍ. Without a doubt, the people of taqwa will be in the midst of cool shades and springs. وَفَوَاكِهَ مِمَّا يَشْتَهُونَ. And fruits from whatever they desire. كُلُوا وَاشْرَبُوا هَنِيئًا بِمَا كُنْتُمْ تَعْمَلُونَ. Eat and drink to your satisfaction for what you used to do. إِنَّا كَذَلِكَ نَجْزِي الْمُحْسِنِينَ. That is how we reward the people of excellence, the people who sought to do and look to get better and better at what they were asked to do, at fulfillment of their responsibilities. وَيْلٌ يَوْمَئِذٍ لِلْمُكَذِّبِينَ. Damn the deniers that day. كُلُوا وَتَمَتَّعُوا قَلِيلًا إِنَّكُمْ مُجْرِمُونَ. Enjoy. Eat and enjoy yourselves for a little bit. You are definitely criminals. وَيْلٌ يَوْمَئِذٍ لِلْمُكَذِّبِينَ. Damn the deniers that day. وَإِذَا قِيلَ لَهُمُ ارْكَعُوا لَا يَرْكَعُونَ. When they are asked to bow down, humble themselves before Allah, they do not bow down. وَيْلٌ يَوْمَئِذٍ لِلْمُكَذِّبِينَ. Damn the deniers that day. فَبِأَيِّ حَدِيثٍ بَعْدَهُ يُؤْمِنُونَ. Then in which hadith, which statement after this Qur'an, after all of these warnings, are they going to believe? What is left after this? وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين. Just 2 announcements very, very quickly as before we proceed for Taraweeh. As you saw on the screens, the registration for the weekly session, they're going to be separate. The theme of the weekly session, Tawheedic community, how? Practically, what is it going to look like? We've spoken in theory a lot. Let's see what that can possibly mean. And that's going to be an interactive discussion sessions, and it'll go for at least 2 to 3 weeks. Other than that, those of you who were asking about the kind of life coaching sessions or the themes that I deliver workshops from the platform of alchemists, with respect to self-development, with respect to psychological health, and you'll find the details outside. The registrations for that are outside in the entrance. There is a small fee associated with those registrations for the alchemists, those programs, but the weekly sessions of community building, these are without any cost. Thank you very much. Jazakumullahu khairan. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
नबा शुरू नहीं ना अच्छा जी मैं शुरू करने जा रहा हूँ प्लीज़ शोर करें कंट्रोल करें अल्लाहु अकबर अल्हम्दुलिल्लाहि रब्बिल आलमीन अर्रहमानिर रहीम मालिक यौमिद्दीन इय्याका नअबुदु व इय्याका नस्तईन इहदिनस सिरातल मुस्तकीम صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم لا أقسم بيوم القيامة ولا أقسم بالنفس اللوامة أيحسب الإنسان أن لن نجمع عظامه بلى قادرين على أن نسوي بنانه بل يريد الإنسان ليفجر أمامه يسأل أيان يوم القيامة فإذا برق البصر وخسف القمر وجمع الشمس والقمر يقول الإنسان يومئذ أين المفر كلا لا وزر إلى ربك يومئذ المستقر ينبأ الإنسان يومئذ بما قدم وأخر بل الإنسان على نفسه بصيرة ولو ألقى معاذيره لا تحرك به لسانك لتعجل به إن علينا جمعه وقرآنه فإذا قرأناه فاتبع قرآنه ثم إن علينا بيانه كلا بل تحبون العاجلة وتذرون الآخرة وجوه يومئذ ناظرة إلى ربها ناظرة ووجوه يومئذ باسرة تظن أن يفعل بها فاقرة كلا إذا بلغت التراقي وقيل من راق وظن أنه الفراق والتفت الساق بالساق إلى ربك يومئذ المساق فلا صدق ولا صلى ولكن كذب وتولى ثم ذهب إلى أهله يتمطى أولى لك فأولى ثم أولى لك فأولى أيحسب الإنسان أن يترك سدى ألم يكن نطفة من مني يمنى ثم كان علقة فخلق فسوى فجعل منه الزوجين الذكر والأنثى أليس ذلك بقادر على أن يحيي الموتى الله سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. هل أتى على الإنسان حين من الدهر لم يكن شيئا مذكورا إنا خلقنا الإنسان من نطفة أمشاج نبتليه فجعلناه سميعا بصيرا إنا هديناه السبيل إما شاكرا وإما كفورا إنا أعتدنا للكافرين سلاسل وأغلالا وسعيرا إن الأبرار يشربون من كأس كان مزاجها كافورا عينا يشرب بها عباد الله يفجرونها تفجيرا يوفون بالنذر ويخافون يوما كان شره مستطيرا ويطعمون الطعام على حبه مسكينا ويتيما وأسيرا إنما نطعمكم لوجه الله لا نريد منكم جزاء ولا شكورا إنا نخاف من ربنا يوما عبوسا قمطريرا فوقاهم الله شر ذلك اليوم ولقاهم نضرة وسرورا وجزاهم بما صبروا جنة وحريرا متكئين فيها على الأرائك لا يرون فيها شمسا ولا زمهريرا ودانية عليهم ظلالها وذللت قطوفها تذليلا ويطاف عليهم بآنية من فضة وأكواب كانت قوارير من فضة قدروها تقديرا ويسقون فيها كأسا كان مزاجها زنجبيلا عينا فيها تسمى سلسبيلا ويطوف عليهم ولدان مخلدون إذا رأيتهم حسبتهم لؤلؤا منثورا وإذا رأيت ثم رأيت نعيما وملكا كبيرا عاليهم ثياب سندس خضر واستبرق وحلوا أساور من فضة وسقاهم ربهم شرابا طهورا إن هذا كان لكم جزاء وكان سعيكم مشكورا إنا نحن نزلنا عليك القرآن تنزيلا فاصبر لحكم ربك ولا تطع منهم آثما أو كفورا واذكر اسم ربك بكرة وأصيلا ومن الليل فاسجد له وسبحه ليلا طويلا إن هؤلاء يحبون العاجلة ويذرون وراءهم يوما ثقيلا نحن خلقناهم وشددنا أسرهم وإذا شئنا بدلنا أمثالهم تبديلا إن هذه تذكرة فمن شاء اتخذ إلى ربه سبيلا وما تشاءون إلا أن يشاء الله إن الله كان عليما حكيما يدخل من يشاء في رحمته والظالمين أعد لهم عذابا أليما. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. बराह करम बेबी को पकड़ लीजिए, बहुत रो रहा है बेचारा। बच्चे रो रहे हों तो नमाज आप पूरी मुकम्मल लंबी नहीं पढ़ सकते, मैं उसकी वजह से मुख्तसर कर रहा हूँ नमाज। सलातुल वित्र। खुबैब भाई बेबी पहुंच गया अपने पेरेंट्स के पास, ले गए, शुक्रिया। अल्लाहु अकबर। अल्हम्दुलिल्लाहि रब्बिल आलमीन अर्रहमानिर रहीम मालिक यौमिद्दीन इय्याका नअबुदु व इय्याका नस्तईन इहदिनस सिरातल मुस्तकीम सिरातल लज़ीना अन्अमता अलैहिम गैरिल मग़दूबि अलैहिम वलद्दाल्लीन आमीन। बिस्मिल्लाहिर रहमानिर रहीम वल्मुरसलाति उरफा फल्आसिफाति अस्फा वन्नाशिराति नशरा फल्फारिकाति फरका फल्मुल्क़ियाति ज़िक्रा उज़्रन औ नुज़्रा इन्नमा तुअदून लवाक़िअ फ़इज़ा अन्नुजूमु तुमिसत वइज़ा अस्समाउ फ़ुरिजत वइज़ा अल-जिबालु नुसिफ़त वइज़ा अर्रुसुलु उक़्क़ितत लिअय्यि यौमिन उज्जिलत लियौमिल फ़स्ल वमा अदराक मा यौमुल फ़स्ल वैलुन यौमइज़िन लिलमुकज़्ज़िबीन अलम नुहलिकिल अव्वलीन थुम्म नुत्बिउहुमुल आखिरीन कज़ालिक नफ़अलु बिल मुजरिमीन वैलुन यौमइज़िन लिल मुकज़्ज़िबीन अलम नख़्लुक़कुम मिन माइन महीन फजअलनाहु फी क़रारिन मकीन इला क़दरिन मालूम फ़क़दरना फ़निअमल क़ादिरून वैलुन यौमइज़िन लिलमुकज़्ज़िबीन अलम नजअलिल अर्ज़ किफ़ाता अह्याअन व अम्वाता वजअलना फ़ीहा रवासिय शामिख़ातिन व ويل يومئذ للمكذبين انطلقوا إلى ما كنتم به تكذبون انطلقوا إلى ظل ذي 3 شعب لا ظليل ولا يغني من اللهب إنها ترمي بشرر كالقصر كأنه جمالة صفر ويل يومئذ للمكذبين هذا يوم لا ينطقون ولا يؤذن لهم فيعتذرون ويل يومئذ للمكذبين هذا يوم الفصل جمعناكم والأولين فإن كان لكم كيد فكيدون ويل يومئذ للمكذبين. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. إن المتقين في ظلال وعيون وفواكه مما يشتهون كلوا واشربوا هنيئا بما كنتم تعملون إنا كذلك نجزي المحسنين ويل يومئذ للمكذبين كلوا وتمتعوا قليلا إنكم مجرمون ويل يومئذ للمكذبين وإذا قيل لهم اركعوا لا يركعون ويل يومئذ للمكذبين فبأي حديث بعده يؤمنون. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. اللهم ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلالك ونور وجهك وعظيم سلطانك. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما صليت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. اللهم بارك على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما باركت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وتغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين. اللهم لك الحمد أنت نور السماوات والأرض ومن فيهن ولك الحمد أنت قيم السماوات والأرض ومن فيهن ولك الحمد أنت ملك السماوات والأرض ومن فيهن ولك الحمد أنت الحق ووعدك الحق ولقاؤك حق والجنة حق والنار حق والنبيون حق والساعة حق ومحمد صلى الله عليه وسلم حق. اللهم لك أسلمنا وبك آمنا وإليك أنبنا وعليك توكلنا وإليك خاصمنا ولك خاصمنا وإليك حاكمنا فاغفر لنا ما قدمنا وما أخرنا وما أسررنا وما أعلنا. أنت المقدم وأنت المؤخر أنت إلهنا لا إله إلا أنت. اللهم أنت ربنا لا إله إلا أنت خلقتنا ونحن عبادك ونحن على عهدك ووعدك ما استطعنا. نعوذ بك من شر ما صنعنا. نبوء لك بنعمتك علينا ونبوء بذنوبنا فاغفر لنا فإنه لا يغفر الذنوب إلا أنت. اللهم إنا ظلمنا أنفسنا ظلما كثيرا ولا يغفر الذنوب إلا أنت فاغفر لنا مغفرة من عندك إنك أنت الغفور الرحيم. اللهم إنك عفو تحب العفو فاعف عنا. اللهم إنك عفو تحب العفو فاعف عنا. اللهم إنك عفو تحب العفو فاعف عنا. اللهم اقسم لنا من خشيتك ما يحول بيننا وبين معاصيك ومن طاعتك ما تبلغنا به جنتك ومن اليقين ما تهون به علينا مصيبات الدنيا ومتعنا اللهم بأسماعنا وأبصارنا وقواتنا ما أحييتنا واجعله الوارث منا واجعل ثأرنا على من ظلمنا وانصرنا على من عادانا ولا تجعل مصيبتنا في ديننا ولا تجعل الدنيا أكبر همنا ولا مبلغ علمنا ولا تسلط علينا من لا يرحمنا اللهم لا تسلط علينا من لا يرحمنا اللهم لا تسلط علينا من لا يرحمنا اللهم لا تسلط علينا من لا يرحمنا اللهم أوزعنا أن نشكر نعمتك التي أنعمت علينا وعلى والدينا وأن نعمل صالحا ترضاه لنا وأصلح لنا في ذريتنا اللهم أصلح 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 لنا في ذريتنا إنا تبنا إليك وإننا من المسلمين وأدخلنا برحمتك في عبادك الصالحين رب ارحمهما كما ربياني صغيرا رب اجعلني مقيم الصلاة ومن ذريتي ربنا وتقبل دعاء ربنا اغفر لي ولوالدي وللمؤمنين يوم يقوم الحساب اللهم إنا نعوذ برضاك من سخطك وبمعافاتك من عقوبتك وبك منك لا نحصي ثناء عليك أنت كما أثنيت على نفسك اللهم إنا نعوذ بك من جهد البلاء ودرك الشقاء وسوء القضاء وشماتة الأعداء اللهم إنا نعوذ بك من جميع سخطك وزوال نعمتك وتحول عافيتك وفجاءة نقمتك اللهم إنا نسألك الثبات في الأمر اللهم إنا نسألك الثبات في الأمر والعزيمة على الرشد ونسألك موجبات رحمتك وعزائم مغفرتك ونسألك قلبا سليما ولسانا صادقا ونسألك من خير ما تعلم ونعوذ بك من شر ما تعلم ونستغفرك لما تعلم إنك أنت علام الغيوب اللهم إنا نسألك فعل الخيرات وترك المنكرات وحب المساكين وأن تغفر لنا وترحمنا وإذا أردت فتنة في قوم فتوفنا غير مفتونين اللهم إنا نسألك حبك وحب من يحبك وحب عمل يقربنا إلى حبك اللهم اشف مرضانا ومرضى المسلمين اللهم اشف مرضانا ومرضى المسلمين أذهب البأس رب الناس أذهب البأس رب الناس يا رب الناس يا رحمن يا رحيم عفوك يا رحمن واشف أنت الشافي لا شفاء إلا شفاءك شفاء لا يغادر سقما اللهم من أحييته منا فأحيه على الإسلام ومن توفيته منا فتوفه على الإيمان اللهم إنك عفو تحب العفو فاعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين اللهم إنا عبادك وأبناء عبادك وأبناء إمائك نواصينا بيدك ماض فينا حكمك عدل فينا قضاؤك اللهم إنا نسألك بكل اسم لك هو سميت به نفسك أو أنزلته في كتابك أو علمته أحدا من خلقك أن تجعل القرآن ربيع قلوبنا أن تجعل القرآن الكريم ربيع قلوبنا ونور صدورنا وجلاء أحزاننا وذهاب همومنا وغمومنا الله أكبر